Welcome, welcome, welcome to the African National Women's Organization's annual Black Women's Convention. My name is Saeed Kamba, and I am your membership recruitment coordinator for the National Women's Organization. The theme for this year's convention is One Voice, Many Fists. And it will be for today and tomorrow. And I would like to really appreciate everyone for taking their time out of their weekend. During our 2-day program, we will engage you with topics that highlight the work of ANWO, and we'll discuss some of the ways that we can combat the special oppression of African women. We are also have some special treats like our culture section, which includes 2 fashion shows. So for those who are familiar with the African National Women's Organization, also known as ANWO, we welcome you back. For those who are new, let me give you a quick overview of what ANWO is all about. The African National Women's Organization is an anti-colonial revolutionary membership organization that consists of African women who recognize our responsibility to organize with each other around colonial borders to address and overturn our special oppression that has come as a result of the ongoing colonial assault against Africa and African people. Our vision is to see African women embrace our place as leaders in the struggle to end colonial oppression of African people worldwide. Our mission is to bring African women into political life and to power us economically and socially and politically. We aim to forward the interests of the African people internationally through our programs and particularly through the advancement of African women. Ultimately, our goal is to liberate African women and men from the customs and practices that serve to keep us oppressed. Now, before we jump into the program, I'd like to do some live stream housekeeping. We currently are streaming live on Zoom, YouTube, and on Facebook. If you're viewing this program on Zoom, you can interact with our moderator in the chat. You can use the Q&A functions to ask questions during the panel discussions. If you're viewing on Facebook and YouTube, you can interact with our moderators in the comments and ask your questions there as well. ANWO aims to be the most powerful African women's organization in the world, and we get there through membership and action. This convention is our way of showing you what it means to be a part of a revolutionary organization. And our goal is for you to join us in the struggle with liberation. So yes, this is a recruitment event. It is at any point that during the convention you would like to join ANWO, visit www.anwouhuru.org/join. This convention is also a fundraising event. We decided to make this event free in order for it to be economically accessible to as many people as possible, which means we need your help in reaching our fundraising goal of $2,000. At this moment, we're at $0, so we can make, so we need your support. So to make a donation, please visit anwo.org/donate. Again, anwoahuru.org/donate. And I want to thank our sponsors, the Colonize and Body, IndieEverything.com, Serving Our Babies Art and Cultural Center, the Burning Spears Media, and the Movement for Family Power. So today's program is scheduled to end at 4 p.m. and we hope you'll be able to stick with us the entire time because we're prepared a wonderful lineup of revolutionary content for you. So if you're ready to get started, type a yes in your chat. And we'd like to start the program with a grounding presentation that holds our revolutionary African women throughout the welcome. We hope you enjoy the presentation. Uhuru.
Tribute to African women in history and today. In the African National Women's Organization, we'd like to salute the women's leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Onezene Yeshatela, Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party. Aisha Fields, Director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. Kalambayi Andanette, President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Yejide Orumila, President of the African National Women's Organization. Akile Enai, Director of the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. To the women leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and the membership of the African People's Socialist Party and the leadership of the African National Women's Organization. We also want to salute the 2021 Convention Steering Committee, which includes Yejide Orumila, President of the African National Women's Organization and overall coordinator, Sayi Kamba, Director of Membership and Recruitment, 2021 Convention Program Coordinator, Umini for Earth, who is the National Coordinator for the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective, but served as the 2021 Convention Registration Coordinator, Peaches Dixon, the Secretary, who served as the 2021 Convention Social Media and Website Manager, Coco Lewis, who is the Decolonate Sales Coordinator, but served on this committee as the Fundraising Coordinator, and Indigo Alexander. She's an annual member, and she was responsible for helping with convention graphics and concept design. Dandara, the wife of Brazil's greatest African freedom fighter named Zumbi, who in the 1600s waged serious struggle against slavery. Dandara was a fierce and fearless warrior, leading armies into battles against the Portuguese and the Dutch for the total liberation of Africans in Brazil. Dandara co-founded a community much like the Maroons of Jamaica called the Kingdom of Palmares, where escaped Africans found safe haven. This self-sustaining community was not only protected by very dense vegetation, it was protected by well-thought-out strategies that involved Dandara. Palmares thrived for almost a century.
Kempa Vita. Prior to the 17th century, the Kingdom of Congo was the most powerful and wealthiest region in Central Africa. But things rapidly changed following the Portuguese military attack that saw Congo's King Antonio killed and the region spiraling into devastating political unrest, civil wars, and war with the Portuguese, as well as the people taken into slavery. By the 18th century, Congo was a political and cultural void. It was during this period Kempa Vita was born. Determined to reestablish a unified and political, cultural, and spiritual kingdom of Congo, Kempa Vita, as a young woman, fought against the colonialist imposed rule, slavery system, and religion, which includes creating her own religious system based around Congo's history and geographical area known as Antonoism. Kempa Vita quickly attracted a mass following of people who she led to rebuild and repopulate a region of the kingdom, much to the dismay of the colonialists. Queen Nzinga.
Solitude. Amy Ashwood Garvey.
Claudia Jones. Josina Mutemba.
Desi Wood. Asada
Nomzamo
Mariel Franco.
I really enjoyed that presentation, and we're proud to present the legacy of these women in the fight to overthrow our colonial powers, such dynamic boldness and strength. Before our next presentation, I would like to tell you about our magnificent MC for the next 2 days, Robin Harris. Robin is a social justice activist, writer, tour guide, historical enthusiast, and public speaker. Texas native, and Robin now currently is in Florida, where she fights along with other activists. She has spoken at several press conferences, forums, and rallies. She also organizes and assists in many community events. Civil disobedience is also a credit for her. Approximately 1 month after the horrific shooting at Pulse nightclub, Orlando, Florida, Robin, along with 9 others, was arrested at Marco Rubio's office. Robin and other 2 activists were arrested in Tampa, Florida, during the protest for economic and wage rights. Robin is the co-chair of the state of Florida Green Party and and council member of State National. She also is a member of the co-chair of the Green Party Black Caucus. She continues to speak up for the racial justice and against all types of discrimination and intersectional issues. She recently became the director of the Florida Now Racial Justice Task Force. She has lobbied in DC and Tallahassee, Florida, and currently she has launched social political forums that engage conversation within the local community. She did not win. I mean, she also ran for the county commissioner, District 6 in Orlando. She didn't win, but she was able to gain 25% of the vote. So more recently, she obtained a tour guide license at St. Augustine, Florida, with hopes to extend tours and education internationally. So I would like you to introduce her, but before you hear from Robin, next we would like to welcome our comrade Elikia Ngoma, who will grace our program. Elikia Benyamin Ngoma is a member of the African People's Socialist Party and the African National Women's Organization, and under the leadership of the Council of Mali Yeshitela. Elikia has written and composed music and anthems for the Uhuru movement, such as the anthem of the African Nation, the Uhuru Medley, and the African National Fight Song, which she will be performing. Thank you, Elikia.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Sai, for that introduction. As she said, my name is Elikia Ngoma, and I am a member of the African People's Socialist Party as well as the African National Women's Organization. I'm going to briefly introduce the African Nation Fight Song before it appears on your screens. This song is a song that came into existence under the leadership of Chairman Omali Ishitala, whose office I do work in, and with a lot of the political text and direction from Louis Kinshasa, who was the Secretary General of the African Socialist International. It speaks to the oneness of the African nation, the unity of the African nation in revolution. It speaks for the need of the African poor and working class to overthrow parasitic capitalism. It raises up Marcus Garvey, as well as the red, black, and green flag of the African nation. It raises up Haiti and the revolution that was won in late 1803, as well as the leadership of that revolution, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who introduced a quote that we should still go by today that says, "Coupe tête, boule caille," which means cut heads, burn houses. And it also raises up just other leaders of the past in a very simplistic, easy to understand kind of way. So on your screens is going to be the demo version of the African Nation Fight song that has the lyrics and the melody so that you can, if you already know it, it's just right there for you to sing along. If it's your first time hearing it, you can hear the words and hear the music at the same time. And last thing, the music itself is one that bounces between different African genres that show that, you know, they can still coexist, and there is a lot of similarity between them anyway. Uhuru. So it'll be on your screens right now. Thank you.
like Fannie Lou and Malcolm too. We are winning. Remember our struggle, always be true. We are winning. From Harlem to Brazil to Azania. We are winning. We fight and live for a free Africa. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning. Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning.
Thank you, Alikia. Such a wonderful and powerful way to open our convention. And I want Alikia to know that I have heard the remix, and that also is just, it's fire, it's lit, it's uhuru. And so just thank you for your talent and what you bring to the movement. And so next, we're going to have a culture selection by our very own annual member, Comrade Indigo X. Indigo is the mother of 2 boys, a poet, songwriter, graphic designer, web developer, jewelry maker, and a proud member of ANWO and APSP. At this time, Comrade Indigo X.
For my brothers and my sisters, I choose to fight. Dreams happen when we organize and unite. I'll give my all to fight for my people. Your skin's black and we are unequal. Same skin, same story. Can't win if we still mourning. Stop ignoring, start supporting, fight back, then you'll see us going. They fear us, that's courtesy, trying to erase us and cover us with history. Allowing it is like saying that it can continue. And what we've been through, reparations been due. Put 400 plus years of slavery inside your mental. Laws obeyed on stolen land can't be potential. Experimental so it won't hurt. To show these fools that these experiments won't work. Sis, you sound too crazy, but don't you want to save our babies? The black man is the target on the daily. How can I tell my sons that life is amazing? You couldn't pay me. Sons walk while the white man's aiming. This system isn't changing, so a new one is in the making. And yes, it will exist. With uniting, this can all be fixed. Got to uplift and cannot afford to quit. So if this means war, then I guess it is what it is. For my brothers and my sisters, I choose to fight. Dreams happen when we organize and unite. I'll give my all to fight for my people. Your skin's black and we are an equal. For my brothers and my sisters, I choose to fight. Dreams happen when we organize and unite. I'll give my all to fight for my people. Your skin's black and we are an equal. Mass incarcerations, mass killings. I have love for my people and I have mad feelings. Sticking together, then our path healing. In life, truth is always a villain. Don't play yourself, educate yourself. And when you see your people struggling, dedicate your help. It is now time to want liberated. A who means freedom, and freedom's waiting. Been humiliated, time wasted, all because of hatred. This system needs eliminated. So let the originals originate it. So our children can have a brighter future. This race, our race, warriors, born troopers, and stop giving power to the abusers. Unite, and a new life happens sooner. For my brothers and my sisters, I choose to fight. Dreams happen when we organize and unite. I'll give my all to fight for my people. Your skin's black, then we are an equal. For my brothers and my sisters, I choose to fight. Dreams happen when we organize and unite. I'll give my all to fight for my people. Your skin's black, then we are an equal. Uhuru.
Whew, I know y'all like that. The chat room lit up. That was just dynamic, absolutely dynamic. We appreciate that, Indigo. Comrade, we appreciate that very much. Thank you for your amazing cultural work. We appreciate you. So next, I think this is going to get hotter and hotter, better and better. We thank these two young ladies for launching such fire to this magnificent convention. So we'd like to, at this time, welcome our revolutionary comrades in arms to give solidarity statements. We want to welcome Malika Alexander, the U.S. Midwest Regional Coordinator for the African People's Socialist Party. Welcome Tiffany Murphy, the interim U.S. Northern Regional Coordinator for the African People's Socialist Party. Welcome Christina Laris from Union del Barrio Mujer Committee. Welcome Bakari Olatunje, U.S. Western Regional Coordinator for the African People's Socialist Party, and Kabina Bantu Shango, the U.S. Southern Regional Coordinator for the African People's Socialist Party, and Penny Hess from the African People's Social Party. I'm sorry, the committee. So welcome, comrades. Please go in the order your name was presented. Thank you.
Uhuru. I am Malika Bukechi Ngweji, and I am the Midwest Regional Rep for the African People's Socialist Party USA. And I want to salute, first of all, my leadership, Chairman O'Malley Yeshitela, DC Ona, Zanae Yeshitela, the entire NCC. And then I want to salute the president of the African National Women's Organization, President Yejide Oramila, and the IEC of AMWO. And I want to salute you and congratulate you on this, your 6th anniversary. This is, next year will be the 50th year anniversary for our party. And the question of African women has always been on the agenda of the party. And I mean, in fact, it's point number 9 on our working point platform, where we're calling for that we want the end to political and social oppression and economic exploitation for African women. So this has been on our agenda for a long time. And that's a good thing, because it was it was through AMWO that I was brought into political life and brought in around that question of there's no such thing as women in general, and realizing that I had something, something that was unique to me as an African woman, and being able to identify that and being able to catch a hold of that and join forces with the forces that are working with AMWO, and thereby being brought into political life and have an understanding of what it means to be an African woman and what it means to be a shaper of history. I have that now because of AMWO. And so that's why I want to salute the Midwest wants to salute AMWO. We support what AMWO is doing and the projects that are going on. We have several things going on here in the Midwest that will support the economic, political, and physical needs of African women. We have our Hulu Jiko Kitchen, which will provide job training for women that are coming out of prison that need to learn skills and be able to have take care of themselves. We have a fourplex which provides housing for people coming out of prison, so that's another area. And then on the horizon is the Women's Health Center that is coming to the Midwest, that is specialized to meet the needs of African women. And so again, we want to salute AMWO, and we stand in solidarity with you and saying that we are going to build AMWO here in the Midwest. We are going to bring other women into our ranks that can be like me, that learn that I have a special place in history, and I don't have to dummy down what I do or anything like that. I can be a powerful African woman, and I can step up and I can lead other places. I salute you, President Yejide and AMWO, and the work that you're doing. Long live the African People's Socialist Party. Long live the African National Women's Organization. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, can I be heard? My name is Tiffany Murphy, and I am the interim Northern Regional Representative for the African People's Socialist Party here in the US. I want to salute President Yejide and the International Executive Committee of the African National Women's Organization on a powerful, powerful annual Black Women's Convention. I also want to salute my direct leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, DC Onazane Yeshitela, and the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party for bringing just profound genius and revolutionary leadership on the forward trajectory to liberate our people. And on behalf of the Northern region of the African People's Socialist Party, we want to express our profound honor and appreciation to participate in this year's Black Women's Convention. The Northern region and the entire party recognizes the tremendous economic, programmatic, and boots on the ground work AMWO engages in to mobilize and politicize the masses of African women into revolutionary political life. The mission of AMWO is so profound and accurately encapsulates the absolute need for AMWO in our communities, and it reads, quote, to bring African women into political life and to empower us economically, socially, and politically, to forward the interests of African people internationally through our programs aimed particularly at the advancement of African women, to liberate African women and men from the customs and practices that serve to keep us subjugated, end quote. No other organization is putting forth a sharp political analysis around issues affecting African women through the African People's Socialist Party, the Vanguard Party, and a revolutionary theory, African Internationalism, like AMWO. No other organization is negating feminism quite like the African National Women's Organization. No other organization is promoting that African women can have families, bear children, and move on to lead revolutionary struggle. No other organization is laying out the line that power comes with not just producing, but owning the economic means of production as a sign of overall political power, like the African National Women's Organization. I'll never forget the historical first annual conference held in 2015, titled Leaders in the African Revolution, Shapers of Our New Society. It was the revolutionary breath of fresh air that African women needed to become politically educated, inspired, and motivated to participate in overturning this colonial capitalist system and having a real stake in ultimately changing the world. This year's powerful convention theme, One Voice, Many Fists, is indicative of the period of struggle that we are in. The period calls for all African women from around the world to fiercely organize and utilize our collective genius to solve the contradictions caused by colonialism. It's not time to sit on the sidelines and be a spectator no longer. Join, donate, and contribute to the work of the African National Women's Organization. I personally, and I'm sure everyone else on the panel, is really, really excited for the program and discussion that's to come over the next 2 days. Salute to the 2021 annual National Women's Convention, Black Women's Convention. Izwele tu, I Africa. Oh, thank you.
Uhuru, comrades. We, the militant mujeres of Unión del Barrio, express our warmest greetings of unity with the fierce leadership of the African National Women's Organization and the African People's Socialist Party. We share the statement of solidarity from occupied lands, Tongva territory, now known as Los Angeles. We are proud to celebrate over 30 years of revolutionary comradeship with the APSP. Our organizations recognize that our freedom as colonized people on stolen indigenous land are fundamentally tied to each other. And we are excited to strengthen this relationship through principled, organized struggle alongside our comrade sisters of ANWO. The Mujeres of Unión del Barrio recognize that our struggle is deeply connected to a larger global struggle of bold, resilient working class women who are leading the charge to dismantle and destroy the source of our collective subjugation, capitalist, imperialist, settler colonialism, and the patriarchal exploitation of our bodies. Today, Africans and Raza suffer under inhumane conditions created by the capitalist system, aggravated by the global pandemic, while experiencing heightened levels of attacks from the settler colonial state and vigilante settlers. Corporations have fattened their pockets, while entire working class families and communities were labeled essential workers by this colonial virus. Ya basta. Enough with the exploitation of our lands and our bodies, the separation of families, the caging of our children. Enough with the US program of forced eugenics and forced sterilization. Enough with so much accumulated opulence and waste in the face of so much inequality, poverty, and need. Now more than ever, we must stand in solidarity and organized struggle with our oppressed sisters around the world. We must not only come together to defend our communities from the vicious attacks of US settler colonialism, but more importantly, we must vision what a liberated future looks like. We must destroy systems of oppression while building liberated spaces of abundance and peace. And no one knows that better than the revolutionary sisters of ANWO. Not only are you waging a fierce fight against state violence with your Arrest CPS campaign, you are also envisioning an empowered socialist future with projects like the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective and the Decolonize Economic Project. This year's convention theme, One Voice, Many Fists, provides an excellent guide for our collective liberation and truly embodies the steps that we must take to bring about a socialist future for all the world's oppressed. Feminism isn't enough. Hashtags are not enough. Black and brown faces and white power is not enough. Only principled, organized struggle and the revolutionary leadership of women rooted in an internationalist and socialist future will bring us victory. And we will not rest until every Raza and African woman has the rights and resources to self-determine our lives, the lives of our families and communities, and the rights and dignity to decide if, when, and how we raise our children. On behalf of Unión del Barrio, We extend our congratulations to the African National Women's Organization on this powerful and historic gathering. We sincerely admire your leadership, your creativity, your bravery, and most of all, your deep love of justice and respect for humanity. We are grateful for the opportunity to share with you, to learn from you, and identify opportunities to build dual and contending power alongside you. Hasta la victoria siempre, compañeras. Uhuru. Oops.
Uhuru. I'm not sure if I'm next, but I could do that right now. I just want to begin by saluting this powerful African Women's convention today of the African National Women's Organization and the One Voice, Many Fists. We just give our salutes to the African National Women's Organization and your president, Yejide Oranmila, and the leadership of the African National Women's Organization. And as a member and the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, we always begin by saluting our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leader of the African Nation and the African Socialist International, and Deputy Chairwoman Ona Zane Yeshitela, and the African People's Socialist Party, under whose direction all of the work of the African People's Solidarity Committee is carried out. The African People's Solidarity Committee was founded by Chairman Omali Yeshitela as part of his lifelong and tireless fight to win the victory of the liberation of Africa and all African people everywhere. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has brought science to the understanding of how the world got to be the way it is, and even we, from the white, the colonizer population, are able to embrace and understand African internationalism, Yeshitelaism, the understanding that capitalism is parasitic, having been born and maintained on the assault on, kidnapping of, sale, and forced stolen labor of African people on stolen land, and genocide against the indigenous people, and on the colonial domination of the majority of the planet Earth. And that this colonialism, the domination of a people by a foreign and alien state power for profit for the colonizers, exists for African people and indigenous people inside the borders of the US, as well as wherever African people have been forcibly dispersed. Therefore, all white people are the colonizers, including white women. And therefore, all white people owe reparations to African people, including white women. We recognize, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela has said, every white aspiration and dream, every expectation for happiness and a good life for white people requires police murders, poverty, and mass imprisonment of African people inside the US and around the world. The struggle for the, quote, liberation of white women has historically been one for white women to share in the power and stolen wealth of colonialism built on rape, pillage, violence, and slaughter of African women and men. Therefore, white women got our rights as white rights at the expense of African people and African women and oppressed and colonized peoples inside this country and around the world. And that as members of the colonizer nation, we as white women have had the power to enslave, and even white women and white girls have had the power of life and death over African women and men, and participated in, instigated, and often even led the violence and lynchings against African people. And we understand that today, white women have the right to be part of the colonial police, the colonial prison guards, the colonial legal system, even politics, the colonial political system on the highest level in the ongoing oppression of African people, including African women.
So the revolutionary assignment of the African People's Solidarity Committee under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party is to go into the white community, to win other white people to recognize that there are two Americas, one of the oppressor, one of the oppressed, one of the colonizer, living at the expense of the colonized. And I unite with the analysis of African internationalism that the only solution for African people is to struggle for power over your lives and for national liberation as a whole people. And that the only solution for white people, including and especially white women, is the leadership of the African Revolution, the stand of reparations to African people as a revolutionary demand, the return of the stolen resources, and to stand in solidarity with the African Revolution as our revolution. This is a critical time in history. As Chairman Omali Shatella has told us, if we want to be part of the future as white people, then we have to be part of building a movement for true justice, which means African people have to be free and have power over their lives. Colonialism and imperialism have to go, and we have to return the stolen wealth, pay reparations as a stand of genuine solidarity under the leadership of the organized African working class. Any white people on this event today can go to uhurusolidarity.org to become a member of this powerful movement for reparations to African people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Unity through reparations, Uhuru.
Uhuru. My name is Kobina Bantu Shango, and I am the Southern Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party. And I first, like my comrades before me, have to give a salute to my leadership, Chairman Omali Yesatella, DC owner Yesatella, the whole NCC, and to annual President Comrade Yezide Oromilla, and the whole IEC of ANWO. And I would like to appreciate the opportunity to represent the African People's Socialist Party Southern Region at the ANWO convention, and to say that the Southern Region unites with ANWO and stands in solidarity with ANWO and understands the significance of ANWO and women, as we see, taking a rightful place in this revolution, which is in leadership, and women must lead. And we have to be able to uphold the leadership of the African nation. And I appreciate ANWO from the campaigns that ANWO is waging, from CPS, that we're now building ANWO throughout the Southern region under the comrade Saeed's leadership out of Orlando. And we want to build the ANWO throughout the whole Southern region so we can continue these type of campaigns to stop Child Protective Services from kidnapping our children, from doing the things that keep African women out of political life. And I unite with ANWO's mission and to understand the significance of not being a feminist organization, but an African internationalist organization that exposes contradictions in feminism that's necessary to give African women, help African women understand their correct place, which is in leadership. And this is our organization. This is an organization that all African women should be a part of, and all of us should support and be in solidarity with. And on behalf of the Southern region of the African People's Socialist Party, we salute this conference. We salute and in unity with ANWO and his leadership. Victory to ANWO, victory to African people, to the African working class, victory to the African People's Socialist Party. Vanguard up. Uhuru.
Thank you. Sorry, I had myself muted. Thank you for those wonderful solidarity statements, very powerful and active. Thank you so much for those statements. And next, we're going to be transitioning.
One more statement.
I'm sorry. Thank you for your solidarity statement.
We have one more statement, Robin.
My name is Bakri
I'm so sorry.
Olatunji. I am the Western Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party. I would like to begin by saluting Omali Yeshitela, the leader of the African Revolution and founder of the Uhuru Movement. I would also like to salute Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, who oversees the economic work of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement. I would also like to extend a revolutionary greeting to President Yejide Onwumila and the African National Women's Organization. The theme for this year's annual convention is One Voice, Many Fists. This theme highlights the multiple struggles and fronts that African women are fighting on, as well as the need for unity under African internationalism. African internationalism, not feminism, is the only way that all African people will be freed from the bondage of colonial capitalism. All African people are oppressed, but as African internationalists, we understand that African women experience a special oppression that has robbed African women of the ability to produce life and labor for the betterment of the African nation. Spatially, the Western region is the largest region inside the US for the African People's Socialist Party, but has the least Africans. Nevertheless, every state in the region has major cities with significant populations of African people, and we must recognize the significance of the Western United States to US settler colonialism, which stole the land from the indigenous people of North America and stuffed them in concentration camps commonly called reservations, and into barrios of the urban centers. The US project of settler colonialism is directly linked to the colonial enslavement of African people and the domestic colonization of African people until today. The state of California, the state in which I'm in, called California, supposedly named for an African woman named Califia, is known to many as the Golden State in reference to the wealth produced here. The wealth is produced at the expense of the African population and special oppression of African women. Liberals often tout the heightened rates of college degrees amongst African women. In California, about 2 of every 3 Africans to graduate from college are African women. However, even African women with college degrees make less than a white man who drops out of college. African women with jobs earn 60% of the pay that their white counterparts do. The colonial capitalist contradictions African women face in the West are intensified by the fact that the prison system has robbed the community of so many African men that there are only 88 African men in our communities for every 100 African women. The prison system is directly related to the homelessness and evictions for African women. When we analyze this data, we know that the eviction rates of African women in California mirror the incarceration rates of African men. However, African women are not unscathed by the prison system out West. African women make up about 6% of the adult population in California and about 26% of the prison population. African women are in prison at a rate over 200 times the rates of white women in California. The African People's Socialist Party Western Region has taken up the case of one sister in Oakland whose son was killed by the foster care system. In that case, we found that the foster care providers received up to much as $14,000 per month for a single African child. The mother's child was taken from her due to them being poor and unhoused. In another case, the party partnered with ANWO in fighting for another sister in Tucson, Arizona, who has suffered similar exploitation by the state. In the region, the party is building as a political economic hub by meeting the mandates and leadership provided by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. ANWO is strategic to the success of the regional strategy and in completing the Black Revolution of the 60s. One voice, many fists, Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru. Once again, thank you for those solidarity statements. And now we make our transition. But let me just say before we transition that these are the type of statements and the type of unity that we need in order to push forward to destroy colonialism. And so once again, we thank you all for these statements and for your support as organizations. So now our next panel is entitled Colonialism's Impact on Women, Maternal Health, and How to Combat Its Effect. And if you have any questions during this discussion, please comment using the Q&A feature on Zoom and the comment feature on Facebook and YouTube. Our chat moderator will select some of your questions for Q&A, and moderating this panel will be the amazing comrade Sayi Kamba. And on the panel will be Sayi Kamba. And in addition to her being the membership and recruitment director for the African National Women's Organization, Sayi is the deputy director of operations and chief of staff for New Voices for Reproductive Justice. Also joining her on this panel is Dr. Michelle Strongfields, and she is founder and director of IAMM, Science Education Group, working to increase representation of ethically trained, community-focused Black and Brown youth in the sciences. She has more than 40 years experience as an educator, physician, and healthcare advocate, seeking the elimination of all health inequities. Dr. Strongfield has trained and worked in the US, Cuba, South America, Africa, and throughout the Caribbean, preparing community health workers in the United States and abroad, and is associated with the Health Committee of All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Program, ADAP, which is led by Dr. Aisha Fields. And so at this time, Comrade Sayi.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Robin, for those introductions. Due to some technical difficulties, we may have additional panelists who may be coming on here, but the title of this discussion is Introduction to the to Colonialism and Impact on Women's Health and Maternal Health. In my daily life and my job, I advocate for the health and wellness of Black women and girls, and with a focus on, is my camera on? With a focus on Black maternal health. Black women are dying disproportionately due to pregnancy. And so the purpose of this panel is to kind of highlight and bring those issues to light. And one of the things that as an African internationalist and as a member of ANWO is that we have to recognize how colonialism impacts our reproduction and our health. The colonial powers and the way that the status quo or the colonial government does is that they provide funding, they provide, they call access to healthcare, but yet as a group and as of Black women, you know, as a group of population that we do not, the question is, why aren't we living a healthy life? Why don't we have access to healthcare? It was also shown very vividly through colonialism that these, how we were disproportionately dying due to our healthcare access. And one of the things that Chairman O'Malley has taught us is that is through this process of African internationalism that we have to build dual and contending powers. And it's my thought and my understanding is that, you know, that we have to begin to train and have more doulas, which is if you don't know what a doula is a birthing support person. It's a person who helps to work with the pregnant parent, the mother, to have a healthy pregnancy, how to take care of her body, how to make sure that she is eating healthy foods, Also, it's important as African women that we have access to these things. And when we build a dual and contending power, it is my goal as the membership and recruitment director of ANWO is to begin to have dualists who are trained to make sure that we're able to answer that question without the colonial intervention. One of the things that stick out for me is my ability to be a doula for my daughter Indigo, who you've seen do the culture section. During her pregnancy, she has 2 children, and during her first pregnancy, she had to have a C-section. And so I'm using this example so that you can understand some of the things that we have to combat just to live. And just to give birth. I had wrote an article for the Burning Spears, and the Burning Spears, the title of it was "Giving Birth is a Revolutionary Act." And so during the process of that, she had to have a cesarean section for her first one. And most women know that when you have a C-section, the doctor will encourage you to continue to have a C-section with your future pregnancies. But we have a choice. We have a choice in this process. And so my child, Indigo decided that she wanted to have a natural birth rather than having a C-section. And it was a total opposition from the colonial doctors that she couldn't have this. They used different statistics to say, well, it wasn't healthy, that wasn't for the doctor. But because she wanted to advocate for that, we made sure that they understood that she wanted to have what they call a VBAC birth, which means it's a woman who has given birth before when they had a C-section, that they want to have a vaginal birth. So that's called a VBAC. And these doctors were not even listening to what she wanted, even though statistics show that you can have a healthy birth outside of that. So through that process, she was having other medical issues that they were trying to treat. And so they would keep using that as an excuse for her not to have the birth that she wanted. And so even down to one of the statistics was that there'd be a 1% chance that she would die in childbirth. And that 1% was ridiculous that they would bring those up. So when we talk about colonialism, we have to understand that the powers that Black women our bodies have been used in the labor of production, that we were birthing, we were just only during slavery time, and even to some point to now, that we were only giving birth for the means of our labor, to take the labor away from us. Not only did they force us to get pregnant, and which is considered rape in some cases, where they would pair you with a male to make sure that you produce. They had plantations that were just birthing plantations. So this has been going on for hundreds of years. And so that narrative and that experience has informed our medical community to this day. And so as many times that we're taught that we just have to trust our doctor, but I want to implore all African women and all Black women to please trust yourself. That you have to be able to trust and know your body and what you want, and seek out providers who will listen to that option. So it's not just a clinic that you go to and somebody just talk to and they tell you that, this is what you have to do for your birth, and then they show up when it's time for you to go into labor. That we have to be able to understand that even in the colonial environment, that the insurance that we pay for also is steeped in parasitic capitalism, that they pick and choose how they want to be able to pay for the services that we have. Thank you for resolving the technical difficulty. It looks like Chanel, who is a doula, has joined us, and I want to just give you some information about
who she is. And Alexandria as well.
Okay, so before we get into the questions, I want to just share with you Chanel and Alexandria's bio. Chanel, and thank you both for joining us today. Chanel Portia Albert is the founder and chief operating officer of Ancient Song Doula Services, a resource and full spectrum doula service to women of color and marginalized communities throughout the New York City and Northern New Jersey. Her work within the infant and maternal health have led her across the globe to Uganda, where she has served as a maternal health strategist in rural war-torn areas. Her work in birth and reproductive justice continues to span into the research and methods of care of marginalized people and people of color, bringing a human rights framework into birthing rooms and beyond the institutional reform and accountability measures within healthcare to address the implicit bias and racism. Chanel and Ancient Song's work has been featured in CNN's campaigns for Champions for Change, the cover of Working Mother magazine, New York Times, Self magazine, and most recently, Now This, and Vogue magazine. When she is not working on the legislative policy and facilitating workshops, you can find her spending time with her 6 children. Welcome to the program. And next we have Alexandria, Alexandria Miles, who supports women who want spiritual and holistic support before, during, and post pregnancy. She's the mother of 3 and understands firsthand the fears and the stress that comes with working to conceive and the trials of pregnancy. She wants every mother to enter her pregnancy with the confidence that she is in tune with her womb and her body. So Alexandria and Chanel, welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us. I would like to continue, but before I do, if you, Chanel, and then after that, Alexandria, can just tell us a little bit about I know we read your bio, but just tell us a little bit more about the work that you do, and then you can take us a few seconds to do that, and then we'll go into the questions so we can continue to talk about how to combat colonialism with women's health and maternal health. Thank you.
Give thanks. Give thanks, everyone, for being here and being present this morning. I hope everyone's having a blessed dawning. I'm really excited to be here just to talk a little bit about Ancient Song. And so just to give a little, and it started with wanting to create space for Black women to be able to share their stories and to do that in a safe way. And so when we start to think about ancestral work and the work of how do we reclaim that which we thought was lost. Ancient Song is really centered in reclaiming our ancestral practices and centering our community. And moving from a place of working and being centered in trauma and understanding that we are more than those experiences. And so starting after the birth of my first child, it has grown now no longer out in my home, but still setting the practices of feeding the community, being able to offer resources as necessary. Like today we have a giveaway where we give out about 55 groceries, diapers, wipes, all of the necessary tools that someone would need, right? Thinking about the ways in which how do we center ourselves so that we can center our families. So my work has, the work of Ancient Song and myself has really been centered on reclaiming that which was lost, centering in hope and
Uhuru, Comrade Chanel, it looks like you're something going on with your audio where it just all of a sudden went very low, so we couldn't hear you very well. Is there a way to adjust that? No. Okay, I can hear you better now.
You hear me? Yeah, so centered in a reproductive justice framework, centered Black birthing, in our families to create sustainability and trauma and survival to thriving.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So now could I have Alexandra just give us a small overview on the work you're doing, and then I have a series of questions I wanted to share with you both so we can engage the audience. And please, audience, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat. And also if you're on Facebook or YouTube, be able to put it in the chat and we will definitely address those. Please let us know a little about yourself, Comrade Alexandria.
Hi, I'm Alexandria. I have been doing doula work since I had my first child. She's 14 now. And I didn't really know it was doula work until like 2016. Since I had my daughter when I was in high school, a lot of my friends came to me with questions and I breastfed. So I was more of a community doula at that time. But it's the thing is the education. That was the issue with a whole lot of us, even though like, yeah, you have like sex ed in school, but it's that real education of when you're giving birth, when you're having your cycles, like all of that. So many of us like didn't have all of that information right away. And we like learned on our own. Like I had multiple friends that had no clue when their period was starting. They were like scared. So that information needs to get out to the younger generation. It needs to be talked about on a real open level. So that's where Cosmic Yoni Doula came in. So I started having those conversations with my friends, with peers, and it was just the information was getting put out there, but I wanted to be put out in a broader spectrum now. So I'm doing different classes, different courses, so it can be out, because so many women have no clue when their cycle is going to come, or if it does come, what's the reason. And it also matches up with the moon cycle. So, and that gives us so much energy, and we need to use that. So that's why Cosmic Yoni Doula is here, so that I can get that information out and everyone can be in tune with their womb.
Thank you. I think that's important, that we are in tune with our womb. You know, reproductive justice, you know, in this nutshell means your ability to advocate for the health and wellness for your own body. Yes. You know, and so that's important. So there's a question. I thank you both for those introductions and information. There is a question that I want to present to you. It looks like questions are coming from the chat. So this should be a very engaging panel. Is that what are some of the struggles that African Black women face regarding their health? You know, I was just explaining before you all came on, is that, you know, African women are disproportionately dying due to maternal having pregnancy. It's not something that's even out there in the public, because of course our story is never the highlight story, you know. So, but so what can you share with our audience some of the struggles that African Black women face during their with their health? And that can be from either one of you.
Yeah, so I want to say, you know, when we start to think about our health, we have to think about the ways in which we've been colonized in terms of access to food, to resources, right? Thinking about having equitable housing, thinking about food insecurity, thinking about like lack of transportation and the necessary social support. So it's not just the health aspects that someone is facing when they become pregnant, it's also the social aspects that are really impacting the ways in which Black women are birthing their children and are able to do that. We're not able to do that in a way that's sustainable, because we also have these other things that are being projected on us, such as racism, such as police brutality. So when you think about the fact of when you have this episode of pregnancy and you're trying to sustain this pregnancy, if you have all of this other stress that's coming at you when you're thinking about, well, how am I bringing in a child into this world where they can be, you know, free from violence and safe from, you know, unprovoked attacks on their person, you know, and in a way that centers them. You know, we understand that racism and white supremacy becomes a healthcare issue as well, right? And that's what's you know, and this also has a direct correlation with the impact of stress. How are we processing stress in our lives, right? Which in turn can lead to low birth weight babies, can lead to premature deliveries, right? Because of this heavy allostatic load that, you know, Black women are carrying, on top of, again, all of the other things such as food insecurity, housing insecurity, you know, just threats of violence, unprovoked violence on a daily basis, and just wanting to be present, right? And so, like, you know, how are you able to be present in your body when you have all of those things coming at you at one time in a way that centers you? And so really the doula is acting in this role to kind of be like reclaiming, right? Because when we think about community and the ways in which we center community ancestrally, we always had somebody in the community to be there, right? When somebody found out somebody was pregnant, somebody was like cooking food, somebody was getting the herbs ready, somebody was like, you know what I mean? Like it was a whole preparation. And I've seen these things happen, like working in Uganda and seeing the ways in which when someone is getting ready to have a baby, everybody's coming. Everybody's coming. Right. People are staying, they're waiting. You know what I mean? They're bringing food, they're doing something, they're censoring you know, the mom in a way so that she can be able to center the child. And in America, that's not what's taught. It's like you're separated from your actual pregnancy. It's like, oh, there's a pregnancy and there you are. And it's like, how are you supposed to be able to thrive in a space where you don't even see me as a full human being, right? When I go for care. So really, yes, baby. Okay, it's all right. So really it's about us in this work, understanding that when you're going for care, we have to think about how am I showing up to this, and who are the people who are genuinely supporting me through my process. You know, it's not just about family members coming by and being like, oh my God, that baby's so cute, and you know, and then they leave. It's like, no, okay, so like, are you gonna clean? Are you gonna bring some food? Right? You know what I'm saying, Alexandra? Like, what are the things that are happening?
So like, really, are you gonna help? Are you coming to wash some dishes? Are you actually coming with some food? Like, what are you here for?
Right, exactly. And understanding that lasts longer than just that period of time. Like, you're going through that postpartum period for up to a year or more, you know, and we're not understanding that concept.
And you just said that, I made me think about, you know, just having a theme of, we talk about dual contending power, having, you know, community control of our birth, you know, like really including the community in this process, and that helps to bring a more healthier addition. We do have one more panelist who's joining us. Again, you know, please excuse our technical difficulties and joining late, and you know, I want to make sure we get through this process. But we have, you know, so Dr. Michelle Strongfield bio was read earlier. So when she comes on, we're going to, you know, bring her into this conversation. But just to go to the next question, what are some tips you can provide to empower Black women with health issues? What can you share? You know, because I know, you know, that many times that Black women are shamed, or especially, you know, Black women who have a low income, that, you know, we're always, you know, like, why are you eating healthy foods? You know, because, you know, it's always starch heavy. But a lot of that, you know, feeds are because of our economic inability to be able to get, you know, fresh foods and things, you know, and that's another reason why we need to build dual contending power, to have doulas, to have midwives, but also to have community gardens to help us to really eat healthy food so we can take control of our own health. But could you, Chanel just spoke, so Alexandria, can you please share, and when Dr. Strong's is on, so I really appreciate that. But Alexandria, could you please share with us some tips that you can provide to empower Black women with health issues? And then I will ask Dr. Strongfield to tell us a little bit about herself and the work that she does. Thank you, Alexandria.
So what I always tell my clients is, whenever they go to the doctor, they can always switch doctors. Make sure you can literally question different doctors until you find the right one that's literally on the same wavelength as you. I also tell them, when they do go to the doctor, and if they do have any problems, like the doctor is not willing to do a test that they're requesting, to make sure that they tell the doctor to put that in their chart. And the reason why is because it's documented. Once that's documented that a doctor has denied you a test, then that shows in your chart that you requested it, it was denied, and then you can take that to another doctor and then they can do the test for you if that doctor does not do that. So I always tell them to tell the doctor to put that in their chart, and anything that is like that you have any issues with, make sure you tell the doctor to put that in your chart. And then you can always request your medical records. Like, oh my gosh, totally request all your medical records, because that'll show you the proof that you need if anything goes wrong because the doctor has denied you.
And you have a right to your records.
Yes, you have a right to your records. Yes, so definitely get all your records. And then what else? Like those are my main things. Make sure you always use your records. Make sure you always tell your doctor to put it in your chart, and just keep them on their toes, because they will totally ignore you real quick.
Yeah, I think
I know that's truly true. And I think also one of the things I had created in my line of work was a health companion booklet where you can just write those questions before you go to your doctor, that, we want to fully trust our doctors. And I'm not saying that you don't create a relationship. So I appreciate you saying, make sure this is a doctor that's listening to you, that hears you and has a support system. And if it's in a clinical setting, to make sure that, that you're being treated fairly, but it's also have your questions ready for your physician and your care provider before you go in there, and also keep a log of your different things in your bodies. As Black women, a lot of times we ignore the pains that we go through. We ignore the self-care that we need to take care of ourselves. And so that headache can mean something different. That backache can mean something different. So that's something else I know that's to share for that. So we start waiting for Dr. Michelle to come on. So I'm going to go to our next question.
She's here.
Oh, she's here. Great. I don't see her. Okay, great. All right. So Dr. Strongfield, thank you for joining us. We're so happy to have you. We did read your bio earlier, so everyone knows about you. But we also want to hear from you and tell us a little bit about yourself and the work that you're doing. And then, and one of the questions is, what are some of the struggles that African Black women face regarding their health? If you can kind of take some time to share that with us, that would be great. Thank you and welcome to the space.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this. I'm in a space that I'm not normally in. I'm in and this is what we do, right? If we are organizers and involved. So like right now I'm at an African-centered school cooking vegetables for the sisters who are doing some work out front, my husband and I. That's just what we do. We just get involved in a lot of things. So that's not the question. That's not the point. I'm sorry. Could you repeat what you what some of the things that I do?
Just tell us about the work that you do, and then also if you can kind of tie it into some of the struggles that you see African women facing regarding their health.
Well, can I start with that one first? Because the reason that I am Dr. Strongfield today is because of the very thing that you were talking about. I heard a sister say earlier, always ask questions. They won't listen to you. That is so true. The journey for me started many, many years ago. I was a young working, Black mother, had several little kids. I had several young children, and I was pregnant with another child, and I became ill. Just suddenly, just really ill. Normally a very healthy person, but when I went to seek care, I was dismissed. Now, I was a teacher. I was doing speech pathology. I mean, it's not like I'm an uninformed person, and I'm not, you know what I mean? But I was frightened. I was pregnant. I had little kids in tow. I didn't know what would happen to them if something happened to me. I was explaining as best I could to these healthcare professionals who were supposed to listen to me, but didn't. They dismissed my, me knowing about myself and understanding, something about what was going on with me. Just talked over me, around me, under me. And so, to moving forward, I wound, it was, the end was not good. The result of all of this poor treatment and ill treatment was terrible, in fact, for me personally and for my family. But that's what made me decide that I needed to do medicine, because I needed to be in the room with other women like me showed up, and they need someone to hear them when they spoke. And I tell you, it's happened to me mostly when I accompany people, because that's what I'm doing now. I'm like a health advocate, an informal health advocate. I will go with elders or family members or strangers to accompany them to doctor's visits. Now, I have the time to do that right now. So I do it. And I ask the questions that maybe they have asked and were never answered. And I can become assertive or even aggressive if I need to, in ways that maybe this patient doesn't feel empowered to do. I can. I'll do, I go as far as the person that I'm accompanying will allow me to go. Sometimes it might need a little cussing. Sometimes you just have to hit them with some, a little science. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, yes.
We have been intimidated to the point where we won't even ask questions about our health care. We're taught that we don't know anything, that we have to go to this, all powerful, healthcare provider. Well, I'm not having it, and I don't want my people to have it because we deserve better. We can get better. So all that, and some of the work now, I'm not actually practicing. I don't have a practice right now. I do this informally. And so some of the other work I decided to devote myself to is because I see, and and I'm the outcome of this medical system partly in the US, and then I got some training in Cuba. So I've seen both sides of how healthcare systems can work. This one clearly does not. We are commodities in this healthcare system.
That's right.
Healthcare is like a product that they sell you. And I don't want to start the day off cussing, but that's nonsense and BS. Every human being deserves to have adequate health care and health treatment. And that's something that we have to really struggle for here in this country. And I'm just happy to be here. But what I also do is I train young people in the sciences, because we need a cadre of young folks who know better than this nonsense, who will buck against the poor training that they give you. There's no ethics for the most part in nursing training and in medical school. I know certainly not in medical school. They don't teach you the ethical treatment. They don't teach you how to, interact with your patient like a human being. That's not taught. You're taught to be, to hold yourself above. And that's ridiculous. And that's part of the problem with this healthcare system.
Thank you.
And so I'm very passionate about that, about changing it. I want to tear this down and build it back up, because I know that there are other ways for us to be healthy and stay healthy. I don't, some of the best healthcare I've ever had has come from people who were untrained or who were, you know what I mean?
Right.
They know what to do. They know how to talk to you. They know how to treat people. And it's not about them holding themselves in some elevated place over these people. I'm sorry.
No. No, you're fine. I was just thinking, I had a doctor tell me I was questioning about my healthcare, and he says, I'm the one who was the soul for 10 years, not you. So it was just a bunch of bull crap. And so and that I learned about herbs through a Rastafarian sister, and she told me to give my baby colt's foot for asthma. And I went back to my doctor because I was naive. And my doctor said, no, don't give him that. So I went back to her, and she says, of course he's going to say that, because you're always taking money out of his pocket.
Right.
But I start using it, and then it works. So just, it's you want to trust, but you got to understand that, it's this parasitic capitalism that is causing and interfering with insurance. It's interfering how the doctors give you care. It interferes how long the doctor gives you care and what kind of care they give you. People don't know that insurance will tell you certain ways how to treat the patient, and they won't pay a claim. So the doctor won't do a treatment because they want the claim to be paid. But outside of that, I do have another question. And then we have some questions from our panel that Robin will be sharing with you, because we have, we're on a limited time. But my last question is, why would you say your work, and I think you all have answered this in a certain way, but in particular, Dr. Strongfield, you just answered this, but I'm going to ask Alexandra and Chanel to pipe in and say, why is your work so important to the African women? We talk about, the care of doulas and the supports that it gives us, even postpartum and doulas are important, especially with postpartum depression. But, what are some of the reasons why this is so important to us as African women?
Can I jump in there again?
Yeah, sure.
Only because I decided that today I'm going to share personal stories and how that impacted me and my thinking in this healthcare system. When I was giving birth to my first child many, many years ago, I went to the traditional route. I went to a hospital, which was supposed to be like, the big time hospital in the city that I live. And I'm in labor. I'm a frightened young woman. I'm not near any of my family members. It's just me and my husband. And I'm tearful and shaking a little bit. I'm about to deliver. This doctor comes in the room, very patrician, very, and says, "You're going to have to be more grown up about this." I'm like, what? Now, if I could have crawled off that table and smacked the crap out of this guy, and actually I searched for him after I had gave birth because of that kind of treatment. How dare you talk to, a frightened, my first baby anyway. Those kinds of personal things. And so those are the kinds of things that motivate me to help train people to do otherwise, to search for your humanity when you work in these systems. Yeah. You don't need an MD behind your name. You don't need any of those letters. If you are, which is why I work a lot and enjoy working, training community health workers, because those are people who know their people. And so, okay, I could go on and on, but I will not.
No problem. There is an important question that came through that I think may override the question I just asked. And this is mainly for the two doulas. How do you become a doula? And are there any degrees necessary to become a doula? And I'll send it to Chanel. I know Chanel hasn't talked in a second, but I send your comments out to Chanel, so thank you. But what are you can answer, because y'all may be in different places.
Yeah, so
hey doula.
So just going back to Dr. Michelle and just understanding, I train community-based doulas, women in the community to serve their communities, because nobody knows your community better than you. And I've trained people from all over the world to be able to do this work. Do you need to be certified to do this work? No, you don't. No. When you start to think about ancestrally again, how we always had a way to support each other, and we always did. That wasn't necessary. Like, it wouldn't be necessary for me to have a training and to be able to train folks. But because of capitalist structures, because of like this individualism, because of the ways in which Black people have been socialized too, to take Eurocentric ideas of community, right? Where we become like this individual, and it's like, nope, I gotta keep you over there, I'm over here, and not understanding like, you can't raise a child by yourself. I have 6 children. My husband and I, we teach our children from an African-centered perspective. We, have homeschooled previously, before sending them to public school, and understanding like the different things that come up. Like and the reason why we were able to do those things was because we created intentional communities centered around other Black people who wanted the same exact things, right? Who wanted to see their children raised in a loving environment where they can see reflections of themselves, where you can see locks, you can see, people who are working to support one another. There's not competition, but it's like, how can I, understanding like it's a give and take relationship. It's one hand to give and it's one hand to receive. That's right. And so if we're doing this together, then we understand that within the realm of doula work, we do have to understand that it has been capitalized.
It's been colonized.
It has been colonized. And like a lot of the work that we do is moving from is to decolonize birth work, right? It's to move from those spaces and to understand what does it mean for us to reclaim what it is that we need for ourselves. Yes, I do work institutionally and centered in policy, because I also understand that every person of color, every Black person is not going to have a home birth. Right. Everybody's not going to not going to a birthing center, or you may not have access to it within your respective state, because maybe it's outlawed, or maybe they don't have midwives there. You know what I mean? So if you have to go into the institution, then what does it mean for me as someone to move in those spaces and teach providers to move from a decolonized perspective, so that you can learn the things that you didn't learn when you went to med school, right? Because the education in this race, these, racist ideologies are being perpetuated in nursing school, in medical school, right? And then they're regurgitating these things where even the people themselves who are providing the care also lose their own humanity, because once they see something that they were like, wait a minute, this is not normal. But because
Right.
it becomes so normalized within that system,
That's
they
right.
do forget about it, right?
Yeah.
So like my work has really been centered in what does it mean for us to bring the humanity back to one another and for us to see each other, right? And to understand that we're all having human experiences, and how we choose to center, you know, birthing women and folks, you know, and parents during that time is important, because that lasts forever. You know what I mean? Like how you treat somebody at their birth is how they feel about themselves, and that could be a reflection of their parenting. So like, why not have those things in place that are necessary? So doulas, do you need to be certified? No.
No.
You know what I mean? If you've ever supported someone in a way where you're not expecting anything in return, you're not judging them, you know what I mean? You're giving just because you want to see someone be their best selves, then you're already a doula. The only thing that I can do is offer you an understanding of like medical terminology, how to navigate in those systems. What does it mean to like push for advocacy in that space? And that's what you're really doing when you get trained. You know what I mean? You're learning those skills so that you can know and know your rights framework. So someone's not going in there blindsided and finding themselves in all these situations. I've, you know, in doing this work, I've seen police officers called on families. I've seen, you know, child protective services called on Black families because they refuse a medical procedure. You know, see children, parents illegally drug tested and being, you know, babies being held for marijuana charges. And so like the work that we do is like, how do we get out of that system? How do we, you know, move from that and be able to center the folks who do have to go into that institution so that they know their rights and they know how to, they can birth in a way that's affirming to them. But also like, if we could go to a midwife, if you go to a home birth midwife, go to a midwife. Like,
Like my last, I had at home,
I'm a
and it
midwife.
was the best birth ever. Like I didn't have to deal with them. Like even as a doula, and then the nurses, they knew me when I had my second child. They knew me because I had worked at the hospital with them, and then they still treat you different once you go in as a patient. Because I had one nurse tell me that no, my water did not break.
Yeah,
you tell me
like you don't know.
That my water did not break. Like it just didn't. That was really, you really gonna go there, and you know I'm a doula.
Right. they know you know what you're doing, how you're doing.
Yeah,
it's like your water can break.
She may have felt affronted that here you are, you know what you know, and it's a challenge to what she, you know, I'm trained by, in fact.
I'm like, no.
Let me just say that after that first horrible childbirth experience, and I'm still looking for that dude, by the way, if I ever see him, I'm gonna tear his ass up. But anyway, I went to a birthing center. I said, you know, because doulas did not exist at that time. Because I said that experience was so horrible, and I just never wanted ever to be a part of that any ever again. And so I, you know, but if I had sisters like you two, I would have sought you out. But that wasn't a possibility.
At the time,
it wasn't a possibility.
Can I ask Robin how much time we have before we go, or do we have time for a Q&A for the audience? Robin, you're on mute. Robin, can you tell me how much more time we have?
Yes, we have about 5 minutes so that we can go to the questions. And so I want to just have comments as well.
Okay, can you share some of that with us so we can know what the audience is saying?
Sure. So I think this is from Lisa. She basically, this is a comment. She said, I heard one of you say the women is presenting in New Jersey and that she would love to get in touch with you in New Jersey as well. And the other is a comment from Chanel, which I think is or is it to Michelle. I just want to add that you can add also birth in various locations, such as home, hospital, and the birthing center. Interview the person and understand that you don't need to choose any doctor because of insurance type. Be aware of the kind of practice you are in, whether it's a private or group practice. It makes a difference in who is caring for you. And she warns, do not take off, you don't have to take off your clothes upon first visit. Feel out the vibes and energy. And if it doesn't feel right, then seek out another provider. You can also use this guide as well, and it's National Advocates for Pregnant Women.org.
Thank you. I think that's an important point, that don't take your clothes off first, because that puts you in a very vulnerable situation. And if you're not comfortable with something, it's important to tell your doctor, I'm not comfortable with it. And if you're being treated incorrectly or being treated poorly, you can go to patient relations. There's a way to put them on blast, and I do it often and frequently, because it's not important. So thank you, Robin, for sharing that.
I'm sorry, there's one more from YouTube. It's like it's just now coming in. They're still writing. It says, are there birthing centers established across the country for birthing persons to work with African doulas and midwives that will honor their wishes? This is from Bonnie Richard.
Definitely. I know a couple that's in Texas. One woman and another one that's in North Carolina, I think. And they're both Black owned. But the one that's in Texas, I want to say she's in Houston. But it's definitely some around. You just have to research. Like that's literally the key is the research.
And ask other people too, like what their experiences are. I was like Dr. Strongfield. My first two children were birthed through the hospital, but it was such a horrific experience. I went to midwives, and I went to a birthing center, and that was in Pennsylvania that we had birthing centers. So I would Google like birthing centers in your area. And when you go there, ask them, do you have any Black or African women who are working with you too? And if they don't, make sure that person who is, it may be a person of color, or a brown person or a white person, and make sure that they vibe with you, and that's important. So Robin, was there any other questions that you see on the Q&A?
Not at this time. I think that was the last comment being scribed.
Okay, so we're going to close out. Before we do, if we could take in like maybe 30 seconds or less, some final words that you would love for us to hear. I just want to appreciate you all three for coming on. You're beautiful. Your information has been very powerful and informative. But I'll start with Dr. Fields and then go to Alexandra and Chanel for some closing remarks for this panel.
You're going with the one that talks the most first, okay? I just want to say I am always blown away when I meet young sisters who are doing this work. All of you, really. And I want to try to connect in some way, because I think I got some young people to hook y'all up with. My reels are just about at the end of it all, but I'm still out there hustling and working whenever I can. So I am so amazed by your work. I'm proud of you. Let me just tell you, as an elder sister, I am so proud of the work that all of y'all do. Anwo has done this. And I'm just proud of you. And I'm glad to be a part of it. So thanks.
Thank you.
And I'll put my contact info out there so you can get with me at any time.
And I'll connect you three as well.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
And Alexandria, any closing remarks?
Just make sure you go with your instinct. Your gut instinct is always right. So if you have a question, ask that question. They are not above you. They are just another person. Treat them as such. You would not let someone disrespect you in the streets. Don't let the doctor do the same, okay?
Hello. Or take someone with you.
Yes. Because I've gone to doctor's appointments with my clients before, and that was like the best thing ever, because the way her and I had the conversation, we had that same flow when we were talking to the doctor, and we got so much information from the doctor that if she literally said, if you were not there, I would not have spoken the way I did. And sometimes it takes that. You just need someone there to give you that, to hold space for you, to give you that strength sometimes.
That's right. And now she's in power.
Yes.
She will never behave that way again.
You can never go back. Once you have that power and you embrace it, you can never go back.
You did that, girl.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And Chanel, your last but not least, what are your closing remarks?
First, I want to give thanks to Dr. Strongfields for the blessing. It's truly appreciated, especially when it's coming from an elder. And I just want to let folks know, like, there's hope. there's a lot of talk about like trauma and the things that we have faced as Black people. But understand that there are also all of us out here who are working diligently to shift that narrative and to understand that we are ancestors' wildest dreams. Like we are that creation in real time. And so although things may not seem like they're manifesting at this particular moment for you in the way that you think that they should, like the Most High, the Creator, has a way of being able to bless us in miraculous ways and is creating that foundation for future generations in the present right now. And so, know that there are Black doulas out there are Black birth workers out there who are really, in the trenches doing this work every single day to be able to center, Black families in our community in equitable ways. And all you got to do is Google us and you'll find us out there, you know what I mean? And we're there, so please feel free to reach out in any kind of way via Instagram. I don't use Facebook, but via Instagram. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not, that's not this. But I appreciate community and let's continue to move towards creating that which we want to see. You know what I mean? Like we don't need to rely on folks to do what it is that we already know how to do. We just have to believe in ourselves enough to make it happen. And so it don't matter how much money you have and what you think you don't have, you have more than enough to make it work and for us to sustain one another. So I give
thank you.
Now that's a homeschooling doula. That's a homeschooling.
Yes.
Go ahead, girl.
So again, I want to appreciate you three for being on. I appreciate your time and I appreciate the work that you're putting into our community. We want to just duplicate you all 10 times more. So I appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your I hope you can stay for the program. And from here, I'm going to turn it over back to Robin, who is our MC. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you. Uhuru, thank you. Thank you for such a powerful panel and presentation. All of our panelists were excellent. The information was quite intriguing, so much that I did lose track of time. And I just want to uplift the revolutionary women on the panel. I want to honor and respect the wombs of those that produce naturally and those who just may be able to produce in the movement. We want to thank you for everything that you're bringing forth, sons and daughters in this land. So we just thank you for such a very powerful presentation and panel. Thank you, Comrade Saeed, for moderating that. And so this is a perfect transition to a commercial by Decolonize. We'll have this commercial now by ANWO's Decolonize, the project that supports ANWO's economic development objectives.
Hi, my name is Yejide Orumila, and I want to introduce you today to a new product called Decolonize. Having traveled to different places around the world, there's one thing that I know that people have in common. They all want to have great, healthy skin. If you've experienced breakouts or dry skin, and if you've had products that you try for your hair only to leave your scalp flaky and dry, and if you want to activate your skin's natural pH and been looking for a natural product that treats a number of skin issues, then Decolonize is for you. So I decided to create a brand that will do wonders not only for your hair and your face, but for your entire body. We pride ourselves on our no heat process that maintains the integrity of all of our natural ingredients. We created a product line that will change the way that your skin, hair, and scalp reacts to harsh weather conditions while saving and maintaining all the natural oils that keep your skin healthy. We created a product line that is going to transform your hair and your skin. Our products consist of 3 body butters. The Black of the Berry is our shea butter based cream that is packed with essential oils. Imperialism is dyeing pudding, which hydrates your skin and hair while also conditioning and moisturizing. Blackberry Hair and Body Balm is filled with supple butters that helps problematic dry hair and skin. Not only do we have body butters, but we have other products that are great for your body. Our OG face and body scrub uses activated charcoal and Ayurvedic powders that are aimed at detoxifying and strengthening your skin. Our Liberation Hydration Mist is infused with lavender, rosemary, and mint, and will refresh and stimulate your skin and hair. Our African Black Soap is our bacteria-fighting, detoxifying soap that treats a number of skin conditions like psoriasis and eczema. Sales from the Colonize supports the work of the African National Women's Organization, whose aim is to politicize and organize Black women all over the world. The Colonize provides us a means to bring our mission to a broad base of people. We encourage you to try our product at our online store, thecolonize.com. Thank you for supporting Black women's leadership. Uhuru. Uhuru, 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 everyone. This is Yejide Orumila. I am the president of the African National Women's Organization. I will be joined today by two amazing sisters who are involved in the work to build Black power and through our economic structure. So I just want to call up Fofi Alkibalan, who's just joined us on screen, and Kundai Bajikikai. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru. Thank you, President Yesterday Orumila.
You're welcome. So I'm just gonna, Robin, I think you're supposed to read the introductions, but if you want me to, I can. Okay.
I don't mind. Sorry, there's a delay with the screens. Yeah, sure. I don't mind introducing them.
So I already introduced myself, so we can go ahead and introduce Fofi and Kundai.
Okay, great. Fofi Alkibalan, St. Louis born, Fofi not only serves as the International Economic Development Coordinator for the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, INPEDM. She also served as the manager for INPEDM's primary economic development institution, Uzi Custom Apparel. And Kunda Bajikikai is Nzeli Consignment Assistant Manager. Thank you.
Okay, Uhuru, I think he has some questions for us too. But I can get this thing started. Thank you so much for those introductions, Comrade Robin. And I just want to appreciate these two sisters who work very hard to make sure we are building Black power in our economic institutions. We are forcing people to buy Black power, not just to buy Black, because buying Black power is a statement around the revolutionary perspective and the objectives of the work of our economic work. And so we are more than just businesses. We are tied to revolutionary objectives that is focused on empowering African workers, that is focused on socialized production, socialized marketing, and all of the things that come along with being anti-colonial economic front for our organizations. So I wanted to open up and just ask the questions here, like, what does Buy Black Power mean to you, and why is it so important to the work that you do? And we'll start with Comrade Fofi.
Uhuru, comrades, I want to start off by saying my appreciation to my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Ona Zine Yeshitela, and INPEDM's President Columbai Yandanet. Buying Black power rather than buying Black with Uzi means to put power back in the hands of the people that need it most. That's the Black community. And what Uzi does, our mission is to is a subsidiary of the Black Star Industries, is to influence African people to be self-determined and revolutionary, teaching through the clothes and the articles we sell and the lessons we teach with each purchase of Uzi. We know that the African people are the very most creative people there are. Uzi offers an outlet to artists to partner with Uzi, to train with Uzi by doing the work. And in learning these skills, they are empowered to even start their own business. To buy Black means to put money into the community that it'll be served and not outside the community, because we have to offer something to the people that we serve and to empower them to enrich their whole outlet with the revolutionary air.
Thank you, Comrade Fofi. Kundai, if you want to take that question, what does buy Black power mean to you?
Yeah, I really, I too want to start off by appreciating the leadership, my direct leadership, Director Aisha Fields, who's our store manager. And then I also want to appreciate Chairman Omali Yeshatella for the vision of APDEP in Zenzele, as well as Deputy Chair Onazine Yeshatella for all of the economic work and the Buy Black Power campaign. I think it's a very dynamic campaign, and it's something that we really need in the Black community, especially around the question of economics and economic development. And so in terms of like, what does Buy Black Power mean in the work of Zenzele Consignment? Zenzele Consignment is the economic institution of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project. So we were created to fund the programs of APDEP, and APDEP builds African-led programs around healthcare, education, and agriculture. So when people shop Zenzele, it's not just about buying Black because 2 Black women manage the store, or because our staff is all Black, and then it can go into our individual Black pockets and then just fund my family and Director Aisha's family. But it's about when people shop Zenzele Consignment, they fund the programs that are in the Black community. So when you shop, you fund the community garden in your own community in Northwood Project Housings. You fund the Marcus Garvey Youth Program that gives Black children access to healthcare that they're not going to receive in a colonial classroom setting. You fund healthcare programs that allow the average poor working class African person access to legitimate healthcare that every person deserves and shouldn't just be seen as like a luxury. So buying Black power, like President Yejide said, is taking it past just buying Black, and is literally funding the community that you calling on to support you. And I think it's a really righteous call to make to other for Black businesses, for us to support the Black community. You know, we asked for the Black community to support us, and it's not enough to be a Black business, but to say that, you know, the resources of this Black business are going to contribute to the development of the community that our store is in. And so buying Black power is everything in Zenzele Consignment, because all of the resources outside of, you know, the expenses to keep the store open go directly into the Black community, the north side of Huntsville, and anywhere else where APDEP programs may be located. Uhura.
That's a really great points that you raised, because, you know, we created these businesses not because we necessarily wanted to become business owners. These businesses were created to fund our revolutionary work, and they are tied inextricably to moving that work forward, because we, for the most part, do not get grant funding, and we're not sustained by all these big businesses, even though we're not opposed to those sorts of funding. But we want to make sure that we can control the means by which we can get resources into our pockets so that we can fund the work of each individual organization. And for the Colonize as an economic development project for AMWO, like, it was created because we had African women in mind. We recognized the significance and the history and the legacy of African women being the market women of African nation, and that we have primarily been responsible for the economic success of our people for a very long time. But more than that, it's tied to our ability to build a revolutionary organization that is an international organization that will be able to address the conditions under which African women live, which are colonial conditions. And we don't know too many funders who might fund work like that. So we have to make sure that we are bringing in the money. And so the success of these businesses is not tied to our own success. The success of these businesses is tied to, really building up the revolutionary organizations, the people who are in those organizations, because a lot of us have colonial plantation jobs. So working full-time for our businesses is the revolutionary work, but also being able to engage in the political on the ground activist work that we want to do is also tied to how well we are able to really build these areas of these economic projects. So thank you both for answering that question. I think you gave the audience a really good perspective on what it means to buy Black. So we might have answered this question already, but it says, how does our work help in the self-determination of African women? And I will let Kundai go first.
Well, I think you hit on it a little bit, like you said, because being involved in Zenzele consignment wasn't just like being able to employ people in the community is one thing. Our store is managed and staffed by all African women. But just to not even keep it on a small scale like that, I think for people to see consistent economic development programs and projects like the Colonize, Uzi, and Zenzele, and to inspire, I think it raises the morale in the community. It shows how African women can lead, and not can, but how African women are leading, and how possible it can be despite all of the contradictions that we face within colonialism, whether it's, having to go to the plantation and other things, but that we can do these things. I think it's very important to how our institutions and projects raise the morale of African women. And then also too, like specifically Zenzele consignment, most of our consigners, as a consignment shop, it's like a two-way street. So it's not just like give. As a consignment shop, we pay out our consigners. So it's creating economic development in the community as well by African women who design their own clothing, who have skills, seamstress, maybe they never even really thought of that they could, have their own clothing line or something like that. They can still design clothes for the store and be able to have regular resources for themselves every month when we do payouts. And so it's a way of creating economic development for the community and not just our programs. So it's like a two-way street there. And I think I'll leave it there.
I just want to say though, it's not even limited to consigners in Huntsville, Alabama, because I've had to make several runs to the sister up in Maryland who has some clothes that get shipped down to Zenzele consignment. So we spread them out here. So it's not limited. And I'm sure there's some consigners from different places too.
President, yesterday we have consigners from all over. This store has been around since 2016 under the leadership of Director Aisha Fields. And so we have since then we have the sister from Maryland. She's from West Africa, and luckily in terms of the store, lucky for the store, we're able to get her items that way. But we still have consigners in West Africa. We're working on getting some consigners in other places in Africa as well, and East Africa too. In Tanzania, we have consigners from all over the U.S., whether they're from the continent or born in the U.S. So we have consigners everywhere, and including we house the Colonize and Uzi in our store too. So it's like we one movement, and so it's not like separate. Like we got separate. Like we on a separate trajectory. Like even though we have different missions, like it's amazing how all of our programs and projects can come together, and even though we have a brick and mortar, we can still house the economic project of ANWO and PDOM. And I think it helps people to even see it past just a cute African consignment shop. But I think it allows people to really see our entire movement in a practical way. It's like we're not the only ones that have economic institutions, and the furniture stores have been around for over 30 years. And just the long-lasting work of economic work from President Deputy Chair Ona Zene Yeshitela, and just in the whole Uhuru movement, I think has a really big impact on the whole African community in which our economic projects, can be found.
I just want to say, because I see a post from Deputy Chair Ona Zene Yeshitela, and I think it's a huge contradiction that we didn't really raise her up at the beginning of this, because Comrade Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella has been really, particularly for Uzi and for Decolonize, have been really integral in us becoming an actual business. Zenzele Kasame had been already on that trajectory, and Uzi and Decolonize were out here hanging in the winds for a while, and Comrade Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella got us right and on the trajectory for really having businesses that will allow for us to do exactly what we need to do without being vulnerable to the state. So I just really wanted to say that. And, you know, we buy from each other and we sell to everybody. And we definitely want to shout out the Uhuru Furniture Stores, who are not represented here on this panel, but are led by Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella, who buys from Decolonize in bulk and they sell it in the furniture store. And we have sales that come in. People who look for our stuff in the furniture stores, even though they sell furniture, they're coming in looking for Decolonize. And so this is really important because it's not, it's like what you said, Kudai, it's about really supporting the other businesses in our movement, and also just making sure that our products are available and visible to the entire world. So I appreciate that, and I just wanted to raise that up. And I'm gonna bat it over to Comrade Fofi to give us the answer to that question. How does your work impact African women?
Well, first of all, as you just stated, Uzi was a vending. We were vending at different vendings, and Deputy Chair took us under her wing, and now we are LLC. And we appreciate that so much. Uzi is a Kiswahili word that means thread, but in the Uhuru movement, we use it as a thread of freedom, because the items that we create and produce for our customers give them the sense of freedom in which we want them to have and to own. Impedum was entrusted by Deputy Chair. Uzi was entrusted by Impedum to create dual and contending power. This is right on the ground with the people that we work. Impedum has so many different events and programs that need resources. Uzi is a way to bring them in, as you said, to get off the fundraising treadmill. This gives us power to be a part of the people that we work with, and we give them a sense of unity. If they, like I said earlier, if some of our customers want to become partners with us and do the work, they too can create their own businesses, which give them the freedom of economic independence, and they can build their own companies. When they work with Uzi, we have designing partners that come in and we put their designs out with Uzi, and they get a percentage. This brings them into the fold, and they also get political education. Eventually, our goal is to bring them under the umbrella of the Uhuru movement. These people, these customers, these partners, they can help themselves and help us as we spread the word about their products to our customers. Buying Black Power works with them because they get to know that you're not only selling your shoes, selling your designs that are fly, because they are fly, and we sell one-of-a-kind items. These give the customer the sense of, this is mine and I'm proud of it, and I'm proud to be Black, because the first thing they get is a political education, and we bring them into the folds to make them one of us.
Good, thank you so much, Conrad.
We have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes left, ladies.
Okay. Very quickly, African women are empowered through Decolonize, because African people are, generally speaking, but obviously Decolonize is led by African women and the African Nationalism Organization, but African women and men can become distributors, and we do have African men and women who are distributors who buy in bulk and resell locally. And we want to make sure that African people are a part of the collective success of Decolonize. Like, without you participating in this work, even being a distributor, even purchasing from us, we would not be a business that is able to sustain the African National Women's Organization to the level that we would like to. So I just wanted to say that. And for the final question in this last minute that we have, how can we get involved with your work and your efforts?
Well,
jump in.
I'm sorry. Well, to become a part of Uzi, you go to info@uzicustomapparel.com. We are in the, we're always looking for designers. We know African people are the most creative people in the world. So let's bring it together, be a part of Uzi, and put your stuff out and show people your Uzi swag.
What's your website, comrade?
www.uzicustomapparel.org.
We're going to see a commercial from Uzi, or a fashion show from Uzi, I think later today. So I'm really excited about that. Comrade Kundai, how can people get in touch with you?
Uhuru. People can get in touch with Zenzele Consignment by emailing info@zenzeleconsignment.com, which we'll make sure is in the chat. But other ways people can participate, obviously shop with us, shop Zenzele Consignment. You can also be a part of our marketing team. If you yourself are a consigner and you make clothing or jewelry, if you're a Black author, anything that's African or African inspired, we want it in the shop. And so reach out to us, send us an email with some of your products, or that you might be interested in consigning. You want to know how the consignment process works. You can send us an email again at info@zenzeleconsignment.com.
You have a website?
We do. It's zenzeleconsignment.com, but we just got a new marketing director at Zenzele Consignment. Shout out to India. And so we are actually reconstructing our website and getting on a different platform. Shout out to President yesterday for all of the beginning work of Zenzele Consignment back in the days, and then even now just inspiring us to really up our online approach, like our websites and our emails and things like that. So we're switching our email platform, our website platform, so it can be more user friendly, and you guys can get your shipments faster, so it can be a better process. So you can go to zenzeleconsignment.com, but it is under construction, but you can still view, at least view more about like app depth and some of our older products.
They should follow your Instagrams and Facebooks, right? So they can get y'all live.
Yeah.
Share that real quick.
If you on Instagram, it's just Zenzele_consignment, and on Facebook, it's just Zenzele Consignment. And you can type in facebook.com/Zenzele_consignment.
Uhuru. And for Uzi, you can go to Facebook, Uzi Custom Apparel, and you can get us at, I made a mistake, is uzicustomapparel.com for the website. And we are open. We need everything, or we want everyone that wants to be a part of the custom apparel industry, because we know fashion is the most wasteful industry in the world. And with Uzi, we recreate and renovate and put out new stuff. Make your old stuff look new, and you feel good in it because it's yours.
And lastly, I'm gonna have a live sales session today too, so I don't want to get into the weeds of everything, but you can find us at decolonize.com. You can email us at info@decolonize.com, but if you want to be a distributor, there's a little menu button at the bottom of our website that says become a distributor, and you can sign up and get the discount if you buy 15 items or more. And you can follow us on IG and on Facebook at decolonize. That's it. Uhuru. Thank you, comrades. And Robin, you're back up.
Okay, thank you, comrades, for your panel. We have a question and a comment, and the first comment is from Tafari Mugeri, and he says, Uhuru, where can I find the commercial for us to promote?
I'm guessing the commercial for Decolonize. That is on our YouTube, and it's also on our Facebook. It's actually on YouTube. Decolonize does not have a YouTube page, but if you definitely look at Decolonize on Facebook, we have our promo, and also on our IG. So the promo is there.
Okay, thank you. And the next is a comment from DC Ona Yeshiteli, and it says, "Buy Black Power takes us beyond the petty bourgeois. Afro neocolonialists demand for African people to buy Black, which might profit them but promises nothing to our people as a means of breaking out of the colonial prison we have inhabited for the last several centuries. Buy Black Power tagline is buy from each other and sell to everyone."
Uhuru, that's amazing, and I really appreciate that intervention. So yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I just wanted to say, Comrade Safari is messaging us from occupied Tanzania, South Africa. So as you can see, we have a reach and we are organizing, and our movement is international. So I think it's really important that we raise that up. Uhuru.
Right. I don't.
Oh, well. Sorry, can I the comment that was made by Deputy Chair Ona Zanae Yeshitela, the Buy Black Power campaign. Yeah, it's like I said, it's a really dynamic campaign. So even if you think your products, I know I made a call like to ways that people can support to put them in the store, but even if your product wouldn't necessarily fit, if you don't think it fits in Zenzele consignment, or you don't think you can participate with Anwo or Uzi for whatever reason, but you have your own business, like the Buy Black Power campaign, if you're a Black business owner and you watching this Anwo convention, like, I mean, I hope all the African women watching this join Anwo, but if you have a business too, join the Buy Black Power campaign. Like, you have to get signed up with the Buy Black Power campaign. It's the most dynamic thing that any Black business owner can be a part of, because you are literally allowing your business to contribute to your own liberation. And as a Black business owner, you understand the importance of trying to have some sort of maybe financial freedom, but you can't compartmentalize your freedom. Like, you can't have financial freedom, but then still be able to walk outside your house and be gunned down by the police and nothing happens. Like, it's one thing. You can't, like, half of you can't be free and then the other half of you is colonized. It just doesn't work like that. And so to be a Black business owner, I will hope that you want to be like totally free, and the Buy Black Power campaign can allow you to be a part of that process. So I just really appreciate the whole Buy Black Power campaign, and I'm so glad that like Zenzele, Uzi, and Anwo and the Colonize is a part of the Buy Black Power campaign. And like, it takes us to another level in terms of being Black businesses.
You know, I unite with Kundai and Yesterday, that we work together, we support each other, and the whole Uhuru movement, they love our brisk candy. So anyone that has the aspirations of becoming a designer, you can contact us at Uzi at info@uzicustomerapparel.com. Uhuru.
You know, I sew a little bit, so I do a little bit of sewing on spare time. So at any point in time when I do have spare time, I will definitely see what I can consign, but also what I can contribute to Uzi as well.
Uhuru.
All right, we're a little ahead of time. I just want to just compliment all of the artistic efforts that are turned into entrepreneurial adventures from all of you. It's just truly amazing and very, very revolutionary. And I really, really like the comment from DC Ona Yeshiteli that says, buy from each other and sell everyone to buy Black, because too often we are gentrified in our efforts. So I really appreciate that. And so at this time,
can I just say that what we are doing is one step toward owning the means of production. We're gonna talk. I'm gonna talk about that a lot in my speech, but I think that when we look at what we are doing here, like when we are connecting with comrades and people in Africa or the Caribbean, wherever else, and we're getting products from this place and that place, we are creating a supply line that connects African people together. So we're creating this international supply line. And what we need to have, though, what we need to struggle for and overturn and win overall is the true and honest control, pure control over the means of production. So the women in Ghana don't have to just pound it out in a hut in the middle of some village, but that we actually have a factory that is producing, you know, shea butters and whatever other kind of butters that we know is somewhere in Africa. And so that's what we are doing. We are in the process of creating and owning the means of production. So this is the political conquest of African people's ownership, African workers' ownership over the things that we create. And so particularly with the colonies, it's our responsibility to raise up the indigenously rooted beauty and skincare practices that our community and our nation has been using for eons. And so these are the things that our mothers and foreparents have been creating with their own hands. And until it got recognized by white power and capitalist, corporations, that we can see, how they start to, utilize shea butter too and exploit the workers there as well. And what we really should be aiming for is creating a connection and a network where we are honoring workers and that we are paying workers fairly, because when we become a profitable business, trust and believe this is where we are going to be focused on. And we want to make sure that the whole question of owning the means of production, but also empowering workers to have a say in the company itself is really critical to the growth of all of these organizations and businesses.
Thank you.
I don't know how much time you got left, Robin. I know you were trying to close out, but I just want to
say that. You're good. You got about 4 minutes. So if anyone wants to, I guess, have anything to say before our Zenzele commercial.
Uhuru, this is 4 feet. I just want to say Uzi's designers are spectacular. And the lead designer is our own President Columba Yandanet. Because of her training as a designer, she has put her finger on the pulse of the community in which we live. This gives a different voice to what people are wearing, and the way people feel, you can see it in their face when they get their Uzi shirt or their Uzi jacket, or even the wrist candy. We have designer Jordan Fly that is super fly with his design, and we're bringing on 2 artists that do painting with shoes. And we are just creating and bringing out the creation in people that maybe did not know they had it in them. And once more, when they find out they can make this a business, man, that's empowering the community, creating dual and contending power. Uhuru.
Yes. 4 feet, I'm coming up there with y'all. It's just like a paradise of excitement and style and everything. I just want to wear everything y'all got. So just kudos, you guys are just awesome and amazing. And we appreciate and that you're turning this into African internationalism. So I unite with everything that's being said. And we got 2 minutes in case President want to say something or.
There's one more question.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Let's see. It should be, let me look back. Okay, I see it from June Lewis. I believe this is it. Yes, okay. What is it you need in West Africa? Is it machinery, transport links? This is, from June Lewis.
Everything. And if you guys, I know that within our movement, this might be a bigger question than beyond us as individual businesses, but I know that within our movement over the last, since I've been in here, that we've been looking at the whole question of import and export and to open a garment factory in occupied Tanzania. And I think that whatever sort of resources that you can offer or of that you can connect us with, the more, like all of that, what you said sounds amazing. And we're going to continue to build out from that. So hopefully that was an offer to share that information with us. And if not, then we're going to find different ways that we can create supply lines and supply and distribution in the continent of Africa, but also how it connects with us as an organizations here in the United States and around the world.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you again, panelists, for that very exciting and powerful presentation. And we are at our pre-recorded commercial by Zenzele.
Uhuru and whoa, Uhuru, thank you guys so much. My name is Kundai, and I will be your host for the selling segment for Zenzele Consignment, home of confident revolutionary style. We are the economic institution of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, or APDEP, and we're sister organization. And so shout out to President Yejide Orumila, and all the ANWO comrades and the colonize comrades. And shout out to my direct leadership, Director Aisha Fields, also our store manager for Zenzele Consignment, and Deputy Chair Ona Zene Yeshatela for all of her work over the economic institutions in our movement. And so how this is going to work is I'm going to show you guys some of the items that we have for sale here at Zenzele Consignment. And all the items that you guys are interested in purchasing, I'm just going to just comment sold, and then I'm going to give you the item name to write. Sold and the item name to write. Okay, so then that way we can more easily be able to pick out which one of y'all claim the item. And so the first person that claims the item will be the person to win it if we only have one. And you all will have 48 hours to complete your invoice. And if it's not completed within 48 hours, it's going to go to the next person that claimed the item. So you want to make sure you're quick with the invoices. We're going to send you an email invoice. So if you shopped, make sure you put it in the chat or DM us. Send us a message on Facebook, or you can email us at info@zenzeleconsignment.com. That's info@zenzeleconsignment.com. info@zenzeleconsignment.com. So let's go ahead and get started. So we can go ahead and start with the piece that I'm modeling right now. This skirt and head wrap set. This skirt and head wrap set is $40. It's $40 if you are interested in this blue and white mini skirt. It's gonna fit from a extra small all the way up to a 2X. Extra small to a 2X, okay? You have a string up here, and it comes with the head wrap. Okay, for $40, if you're interested in this, you're gonna comment sold skirt set. SOLD skirt set. Sold skirt set if you're interested in this item. Okay, and let's see. Oh, the earrings that that I have on, these are denim earrings. So we have a couple of these denim earrings. You can comment sold denim 1. Sold denim 1. Sold denim 1 if you're interested in these earrings for $10. Sold denim 1 for $10. Okay, so let us keep going. So we have some really nice items here. All of our items are handmade. Most of them come from the continent. So we have really nice quality leather from Ethiopia. If you're interested in this satchel, this envelope that we have in 2 different colors, all right, if you're interested in this color, it's $40. $40 for this tan Ethiopian handmade leather satchel, or envelope, not the satchel. We do have a satchel that's coming up next. But if you're interested in this color, this tan one, you're gonna comment sold tan envelope. Sold tan envelope for $45. $45. Sold tan envelope, $45. And just a common question that we get about shipping. Shipping just varies on the items that you get. It's weight based, so it's just going to depend on how much you get, okay? And we have deals too, depending on what size box we put it in. And so if you're interested in this color of the envelope, handmade Ethiopian envelope, genuine cowskin leather, you're going to comment sold chocolate envelope. Sold chocolate envelope for $45. Sold chocolate envelope for $45. And everybody's favorites, The satchel. If you are interested in this handmade Ethiopian leather satchel, we have several of these. This is our display one. You're gonna comment sold satchel. Okay, if I can open it. Sold satchel. Let's see, I'm trying to open it up to show you guys. Okay, so once you get the buckles undone, got a nice little pouch in here and space. This is good for small laptops, tablets, paperwork, folders. And then we got a zipper in the back also. And then you have the strap where you can actually put this strap in and just carry it this way, just with the handle up here. Or you can wear it across the shoulder, use the shoulder strap that is adjustable. Okay, this is $65. Comment sold. It's unisex. Both of them are unisex. Sold satchel for $65. It is a steal on this Ethiopian leather. All right. Let's go with the fans. We normally get lots of fans in. I'm just showing this one today. If you are interested in this pink Nigerian Ankara print fan with a leather handle for $20, you're gonna comment sold fan. Okay, see how it just folds down like that, and you can hook the leather straps together so you can put it in your bag real easy or wherever, and then fold it back out and hook the straps together, the leather straps together again. So $20, comment sold fan. And this beautiful choker, this Ankara print choker. It's very cute. You tie it in the back, tied up in the back. I wish it matched with what I have on because I would be wearing this the whole time. Okay, if you guys are interested, if anyone is interested in this one for $36, this is from our consignor in Nigeria. $36. You're gonna comment sold Ankara, comment sold choker. This is an Ankara print. If you like patchwork, this would be a really cute style for you. Sold choker for $36 if you're interested in this one. And let's keep it going. All right, and we have sage. Yes, white sage for smudging, for burning. I know a lot of people use them for different reasons. Maybe spiritual cleansing, that kind of thing. I'm not, everybody has their own thing, so to each his own. But one thing that I love about the sage is that if you burn it for up to 60 minutes, you can kill up to 60% of the bacteria in the air. So get your sage, cleanse your air, like literally clean the air. It's $6 per bundle. If you're interested in one bundle for $6, you're gonna comment sold sage. And the infamous Ankh set. Everybody loves this Ankh set. So we have the silver Ankh earrings, okay? Silver Ankh earrings and the Ankh necklace to go with it. For some of y'all might sit up as a choker, but the necklace to go with it. You're gonna comment for $25. $25 for the set. You're gonna comment sold Ankh set. $25. And I got another set for you guys. This is quartz. We have quartz stone. We also have this set available on Tiger's Eye. But if you're interested in a quartz set, you'll get one quartz necklace and a pair of earrings. The quartz set is $30. It's $30 for the quartz set. Again, a necklace and a pair of earrings, $30. If you are interested in one of the quartz set, we have two left. You can comment sold quartz. Again, the set is $30. If you're interested in the same set but with Tiger's Eye, you can comment sold Tiger's Eye, also $30. And let's get into some more necklaces. Not sets, but we do have more necklaces. All right. This one is the black and white, and they do have, it's beaded with cowrie shells. This black and white necklace or choker, again, just depending on your size, is $12. $12. You can comment sold black necklace, sold black necklace for $12. If you're interested in this one, also $12. Shout out to our consigner, Issei in Nigeria, for all these necklaces. This one is also $12. This one has red in it. If you're interested in this one, you're going to comment sold red necklace for $12. Oops, my earring just fell out. Oops. All right. And we have this one with the leather Africa and cowrie shell on it. If you're interested in this one, you're going to comment sold leather Africa. Sold leather Africa for $12. All right. This one has the tan in it, the tan. If you're interested in this one for $12, you're going to comment sold tan necklace for $12. All right, also $12 with the I Love Africa. If you're interested in this necklace, this choker, this one is a short one. This one is $12. Also, you're gonna comment sold Love Africa necklace. Sold Love Africa necklace. Who's the fastest typer? And I'm gonna show you guys a set, another set. This set is $15.99. $15.99. Let's open this one up. This is the brown beaded cowrie shell necklace. Okay. And then it also comes with the bracelet for $15.99. $15.99 for this set. If you're interested, you're going to comment brown necklace set. Brown set. Brown necklace set, $15.99. Comment that, and it can be yours. We only have like 2 of those, so you gotta be quick. All right, now let's get into these earrings. We have some wooden Africa earrings with the brass. These are $13. You can comment sold wood Africa for $13 for these earrings. Sold wood Africa. And let's see. Let's do these Africa earrings. These beautiful on card print Africa, very bright earrings. These are $10. $10. Comment sold bright Africa. Sold bright Africa. If you're interested in these for $10. We have these Ankh earrings for $11. These Ankh earrings for $11. You can comment sold Ankh earrings. Sold Ankh earrings if you're interested in these for $11. And let us see. These tri-cowrie shells, $12. $12. You can comment sold 3 shells. 3 shells. Comment sold 3 shells for $12. Okay. Alrighty, so I really want to appreciate everybody so much for tuning in. Thank you guys for being a part of our vending segment for the annual Black Women's Convention. Shout out to ANWO. This is a great convention. So happy to be a part of this. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the convention. Uhuru, we hope everybody join ANWO today. And thank you so much for shopping Zenzele Consignment. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, Uhuru. What a wonderful panel. What a wonderful fashion show. I see some really hot, wonderful items. And I hope that folks have got an opportunity to purchase them and to please buy back power and sell everything. I love that. That's a t-shirt, Deputy Chair on Zanella. Okay, so now we have a treat coming to us. It is my honor to welcome our next speaker, my sponsor and my leader for ANWO as president of the African National Women's Organization, Yejide Ormila. As president, Yejide is responsible for the international growth of ANWO by creating initiatives that respond to the economic, social conditions and remove African women from revolutionary political life. Under her leadership, ANWO has built branches and established membership in the United States, Africa, and Europe. We're going global, folks. So I really want to welcome our leadership within ANWO, President Yejide Ormila. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much. I was looking at all those things from Zenzele. I was like, ooh, I had to show some restraint because I have a lot of those things already. And as you can see, I can be drove down to the floor. But I just want to appreciate Zenzele. I want to appreciate Comrade Saeed and Robin. Mostly, I really want to just say that I'm thankful for the existence of the African People's Socialist Party. When I found the African People's Socialist Party, I was, working class, single mom, just trying to figure things out in the world. I was looking at, places in the world, looking around, particularly in the Caribbean where my family were born, and just looking at the conditions and why it is that African people are still tied to these lecherous parasitic entities like the World Bank and the IMF. And I was just trying to understand why it is that nowhere in the world where African people are do we see a prosperous, thriving African economy that isn't connected to the capitalist structure, and how capitalism, connected to the former colonizers. And I just really wanted to see that world. And when I met the African People's Socialist Party, it became absolutely clear. It helps not only provide information about, what has happened to us as African people, and help us really have a clear and direct pathway to understand the inner workings of capitalism and how it can continue to keep us oppressed and exploited, but it also empowers us to be a part of the process to destroy that thing which is keeping the African world enslaved. It provides us the blueprint for what can be done, but more than just the blueprint, it is creating a pathway. It's more than just an idea that's on a piece of paper that we're looking at. It is the things that we are engaged in right now, which for me is the creation and running of the African National Women's Organization, which has been entrusted to me by the African People's Socialist Party. But it also is creating the colonies and working with that, and really being a part of this process as an African person who cares deeply about the freedom and liberation of African people, to really be involved in this process. I don't know what else I would be doing if I wasn't doing this. And I just want to encourage any African person out there who wants to see a united socialist Africa under the leadership of the African working class to join the African People's Socialist Party. I do also want to really give a tremendous thanks and appreciation to my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who without a theory of African internationalism, without having struggled for over 50 years, more than half of his life to bring the theory of African internationalism to organize African people, I would not be here. So as an African woman who fights on the interests of African women, I was taught to do so by an African man. I was taught to do so by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who made that a part of our political and revolutionary objectives in this time, to make sure that African women are part of this process, to look at the specific things that colonialism has caused in our lives that would limit or exclude us from being part of the revolutionary process. And so it's really important for those who are watching this today to really understand the deep and profound responsibility that African women have, particularly because we are more than half of the African nation. I mean, if we just think of our communities right now where we live, and We see that Black women outnumber men more than likely because African men in many cases are held up in the carceral system or have been taken out of the community through violence. But more than that, like, we still have a lot of African women who are responsible for the day-to-day, maintenance of the African family and African culture and African social progress. So it's really important that when we look at this conference and this convention, that we recognize our responsibility as African women, not just to be the cultural holders and the social holders, but the revolutionary holders, because without us, this revolution cannot be made. So I just wanted to open with that statement. And I have something written, and I want to make sure that I communicate everything that I wanted to during this process, particularly as we talk about owning the means of production and as African women recognizing ourselves as workers. So from the slums to the towns, from all things economic and social, African women are integral for the production and reproduction of human life. In a 1949 pamphlet entitled "End the Neglect of the Negro Woman," Claudia Jones, a Black woman communist, writes her position about the necessity of organizing Black women to politically unite with communism based on the role of African women in the production process. At that time in the US, African women were overwhelmingly employed as domestic workers, working in private homes of white people, followed by agriculture and industry as the other areas of employment. Very often, African women were the primary income source for our families. African men often struggled to retain steady employment in the industrial Midwest and North, in industries that work to keep them out. A broader look into the African world also showed that African women heavily contribute to the socioeconomic functions within the family unit and the colony. It was African women who were the primary sources of labor involved in all aspects of agricultural production and the primary caregivers, not only for their family and communities, but for the colonizers who required the labor power of African people to meet their demands. I think it's really important to note here that, at the point where Europe attacked Africa, African people were trading amongst each other, creating networks of trade, also creating culture and society that was based on our needs and objectives and our reproduction and production of life. And at the point where Europe attacked Africa and came onto the continent and started to take African people out of the continent, but also shift the way that we were engaging with one another, then the process became totally something where it undermined our own development. You can learn more about that specifically in Walter Wiley's book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. But I really wanted to make mention that after that, a process of Europe attacking Africa, Africa is now in the process of providing the life and reproduction of life for Europe. Everything now had been shifted to ensuring that Europeans had the wealth of the land, the labor of the people, and everything else in between. So as we see Africa today, nothing has changed. And so when we look at and we talk about our labor, we can't talk about it in some sort of bubble where we kind of are doing the colonies, or we're doing, we're making pillows for this, or we have a store here. We have to look at it within the construct of capitalism. Capitalist colonialism was created on the backs of our people. It was created as on the foundation of stolen Black labor, and is maintained on that very same thing, on stolen Black labor, the colonization of Africa and other colonized places around the world, the colonization and of what they've come to know as the United States, and the theft of people's land and resources. And so when we look at the whole question of the attack and how it moved our own production from out of our hands to benefiting white Europe and now many other places around the world, we have to really see how our labor production as African women is being used against us as opposed to for us. So the same contradiction exists today, where African people's labor is exploited for the benefit of the bourgeois capitalist economy. It is abundantly clear that on the African continent, where African women work to maintain agriculture agriculture, as laborers, African men are involved in the dangerous work of extracting minerals from the earth. In all cases, African people are involved in the round-the-clock back-baking production process and see no parts of our labor. Chairman O'Malley, in what he wrote in a piece called What Will Liberated Africa Looks Like, talks about how when we extricate ourselves from capitalism, what we can expect in terms of liberating our collective labor resources. And he writes, the African revolution that liberates and unites Africa and African people under African internationalism, the theory of the African working class, is an organized, conscious, and victorious leadership of the African working class will be the death knell of imperialist white power and capitalism as a world economy. It will finally allow for the African workers to take social possession of the means of production. Our victory will mean the entire process of production, mining, building, manufacturing, shipping, distribution, etc., will occur through workers' councils throughout the production process. This will guarantee safety and creativity throughout. Workers will not approve going into mines that are unsafe, and improvement in the production process will not be motivated by profit that has no regard for the safety and proficiency otherwise, but by the needs and aspirations of workers and producers and consumers. I want to say here that, you know, Anwell is African internationalist, like we are not feminists, and we don't see these kind of discussions happen in feminist circle. What we see more than anything are feminists talking about how they can live better and find safe space underneath capitalist colonialism. And there may be a few feminists who are anti-capitalist or anti-whatever, but as African internationalists, the core question for us is how can we destroy colonialism so that we can own the means of production, that African workers can have the type of lives, and African women as African workers can have the types of lives that we deserve because we have destroyed capitalist colonialism, that we deserve because it has been taken from us forcefully over centuries. And it can only be achieved, the life and the opportunities that we desire can only be achieved through the destruction and overthrow of capitalist colonialism. So I think that has to be clear in what I'm saying. Chairman goes on to say that this means that African women who will play a fundamental role in the liberation of our Africa will rise to full stature with all the rights and authority that this infers. This means that a major assault will be made against all restrictions on the rights of women that hide under the flimsy and in most cases false mask of tradition. Nor will African liberation under the leadership of the African working class tolerate social, economic, and political oppression of sectors of the African nation and the working class because of spurious bourgeois morality. We condemn the morality and relations that permit Europeans or white people, imperialist corporations and countries, and neo-colonial thugs to exploit our people's life and resources in Africa and to flaunt laws protecting sovereignty, the environment, and customs with impunity while attacking African people and the working class based on sexual orientation or relations between same gender loving individuals. And we're talking here about African men who have relationships with other African men and African women who have relationships with other African women. We don't discriminate or oppress anyone regarding, you know, their sexual disposition or how they identify, because for us, the revolution will require every single African person to be participating in that process of making the revolution. So for us, the question of that is not even an issue, but it has been something that has been used against us under capitalist colonialism to divide us. And as African internationalists, we say that we can't allow that to divide us anymore because our future depends on every African person participating in the revolutionary process to get free. And Chairman finally says the African revolution that liberates and unites Africa and African people under the African internationalism, the organized, conscious, and victorious leadership of the African working class will be the death knell of imperialist white power and capitalism as a world economy, and it will finally allow for African workers to take social possession of the means of production. I just wanted to say here that when we look at the question of what Africa generates, I have a quotation or some information about Nigeria, who has one of the largest economies in Africa. It exports our labor in the form of goods and raw material, and they export it to India at $10 billion per year, to Spain, $6.12 billion a year, to United States, $5.7 billion, France, $4.2 billion, and the colony of South Africa, Nigeria exports to them at $3.8 billion. and buys not from other African countries, but imports mostly from China, the Netherlands, South Korea, Belgium, and India. So we don't see any of African production being used for the interests of African people. They're actually being used for Europe and India and other places around the world. And we don't even buy from one another so that we can even engage in the intercontinental means of production or distribution. So, when we look at this, we can clearly see the labor of African people does not serve our interests under capitalism. And there are also microeconomies which have been infiltrated by bourgeois capitalist financial institutions to exploit us as well. There's typically is characterized as a hustle economy where African people engage in market economics on a micro level as a way to make ends meet. Some examples are doing hair, selling food on the road, raising livestock, even driving Uber and Lyft. Some of us, I drove Uber and Lyft for a little bit because I needed to make ends meet. Or we commodify ourselves, such as becoming social media influencers, or we might have to do something like prostitution in order to make ends meet. And still these microeconomies exist within capitalism. So even if you think they're a come up, they exist within capitalism and by default results in the exploitation of our own labor. What remains is still the call for African people, but more specifically, African women workers to recognize the role that we play in the labor market and the means of production. We represent more than half of the entire African nation, and thus our labor is subject to hyper exploitation. And most vividly during the 2020 COVID-19 outbreak, we've seen that the effect of what removal from the workforce does to the capitalist economy fundamentally, it screeches to a halt. Claudia Jones also says in her pamphlet, And the Neglect of the Negro Women, she raises a question, or she raises a statement, and it says, is the special oppression African women face as workers, is she a victim of white chauvinist stereotypes of where her place should be? If in the film and radio and press, the Negro woman is shown in her real role as a breadwinner, mother, and protector of the family, but as a traditional mammy who puts the care of families and children of others above her own. And I think when we look at some of the conditions under colonialism that we have to combat, particularly in the African National Women's Organization, where for centuries, African women were made responsible for the care and the life of white children while we left our children in the cabin or by a tree. And nobody was telling us then that we were bad mothers, but as soon as it is coming out of the revolutionary process of Black power, all of a sudden we see this rev up of the CPS structure and going into poor and oppressed African communities, making determinations around Black family units about whether or not we can parent our child. But prior to that, there wasn't really anything like that because we were in the homes of white people caring for their children. So they didn't give a damn about how we care for our children. So when we look at the whole question of colonialism, even as it pertains to child rearing, we have to really look at the connection of the two because it doesn't happen outside of a bubble. And today, the characterization, when we talk about film and radio and industry, the characterization of African women and bourgeois media is we're petty, we're manipulative, we're broken, we're overly sexual, and we're persons that are unfit to mother. In pre-colonial Africa, it was women who maintained functioning of specific society, primarily as laborers, caregivers, and religious figures. And these roles were defined by specific groups to ensure the continuation of our life in our own interests. And with the onslaught of slavery and colonialism, the labor power of African women, along with African men, is what laid the foundation for the capitalist world economy, as outlined by Chairman Omali Yeshitela in all of his speeches and writings. On the plantations in the Americas, African women were expected to work under the same restrictions of African men in the fields and in the houses. We would experience a secondary level of exploitation through sexual violence, and although African men also experienced sexual violence, but African women, we were sexually violated for the benefit of capitalist production, where African men were made to mate with African women, thereby making our wombs to African women production, a factory for future workers. So our foreparents were the children that were snatched away from their parents and either sold as workers or given as interest. In the United States colonial South, the only real money was African people. There was no paper money. African people were bought and sold and traded to settle accounts and to put interest on a loan and to make sure that the person paid, because money was valueless, but African bodies, workers, were held the most value. That's why when we see the proposal for people to put like Harriet Tubman on a colonial note, this is not a sign of progress for us, but of regression. People like Harriet Tubman fought against US capitalist economic construct, and not to be recognized within it. She fought to destroy it and fought to make sure that African people were liberated from the trappings of the US colonial capitalist economic system. So today we still see that what they are capable of. Because the 21st century colonialism, it may seem elusive to most because we don't see the same old hokey figures of old-timey curly mustache British officers mistreating meek peasants in some far-off place circa the imagery of the early 20th century. Today's colonizer is a smooth-haired hipster feminist who listens to Taylor Swift and has a Black girlfriend. Colonialism didn't just disappear, it changed because oppressed people forced it to change. And what we failed to do, however, is to destroy it. And therefore, African people are still suffering, especially Black women who hold a precarious position in society dealing with a special oppression from the state and from within the African colony. I'm going to read a piece to close us out from what I wrote around who is the African woman in the 21st century as the colonized person, because I think it's really important for us to demystify what colonialism is and what it does to African women and how we have to be able to identify it and spot it for ourselves in order to recognize that we have to be a part of the liberation process. So she is struggling with whether to report her rape, to a colonial police officer because she knows it could result in an increased terror in the Black community on the one hand, or nothing will happen to her on the other hand. She is the office worker. The colonized African woman is the office worker who endures characterizations of being unfriendly or antisocial or mean woman. She is the mother who is fighting to regain custody of her child from the state, facing criminalization from the state and indictment from her community. She is the girl carrying the financial weight of her entire family, forced to marry a man for dowry. They are the women who enjoyed themselves too loudly in a public space and the police called on them for disturbing white people's peace. She is the mother who cannot afford to take care of her child, so she gives birth and dumps her child in the sewer. She is also the mother who was forced to make decisions about her body and reproduction based on colonial conditions that she has to live in. She is the woman or girl who is trapped by antiquated traditions that lock her into a life of servitude and isolation. She's even the repugnant African petty bourgeoisie like Oprah and Michelle Obama, who still get followed into stores or called monkey in ruling class media. She is still the pig African Black cop, the military employee, or the person who works for the colonial government, including the workers that carry out their jobs, taking children from Black families. Even that Black person is a colonized African person. She is the mother that buries her child too soon because of colonial violence from the state or from within our community. She is the mother that dies in childbirth. She is you, an African woman struggling through life, minding your own business, and something happens. So essentially, she's every African woman on the face of the planet today experiencing tough times or who is just trying to live her best life. And I know that's a popular term. I'm just trying to live my best life. But your best life is often interrupted because of what's happening in the world to African people. And so we are often forced to confront, these things that are happening. So African women are colonized because we have not destroyed the colonial system. We have not. African women must recognize our responsibility to help destroy colonialism. African workers have every reason to destroy colonialism. It is the only way to ensure that we can be free and that our children don't have to know a world where African nation is subjugated. We have everything to gain and nothing to lose. And the African petty bourgeoisie woman, on the other hand, has less motivation to destroy capitalist colonialism because she benefits from it. She needs the maintenance of capitalist colonialism to measure how close she comes to the achievements of the white ruling class. And so for us, we are calling on folks to join the African Revolution. The African National Women's Organization exists as that organization where African women workers can organize our efforts toward the destruction of capitalist colonialism across borders, across time zones, anywhere we are in the world. And through organization, we help prepare ourselves and our communities for the emergence of a new world where African women are no longer fourth fiddle, but instead are integral to the political running of our society. And all African women must prepare to transform society by joining ANWO, by joining the African People's Socialist Party. The time is now, sisters and brothers. The time is now, particularly for you to join ANWO, sisters. African women must lead. Uhuru.
Thank you for your powerful statement, President Yesterday, as always, in your speech. Thank you so much. And if I'm correct, we are right on time. And it's like you're back up again, President, for the introduction of the leader of our chairman.
My camera back up. Sorry, comrades. Uhuru, it is my honor to bring to our program Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Chairman Omali Yeshitela is the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party USA and the African Socialist International. He is a leading force organizing the struggle to unify Africa and African people everywhere. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has spent his life in the trenches building the African Revolution as the only solution to the poverty, oppression, and colonial violence faced by Black people on the continent of Africa, inside the US and around the world. Chairman has developed the anti-imperialist political theory of African internationalism, which explains the world through the eyes of the African working class and in solidarity with oppressed and colonized peoples around the world. Our chairman is the founder of the Burning Spear newspaper, and the burningspear.com, which is the Burning Spear newspaper online. He built the International Tribunal on Reparations for African People and popularized the concept of reparations throughout the US. He is the author of countless articles and several books and pamphlets, including One Africa, One Nation, and One People, One Party, One Destiny, and An Uneasy Equilibrium, and his latest work, Vanguard, the Advanced Attachment of the African Revolution. Chairman Omali Yeshitela speaks and organizes throughout Africa, the US, the Caribbean, Europe, and elsewhere around the world, forwarding the struggle to liberate Africa and African people everywhere. And in January 2019, our chairman was asked to speak at Oxford Union formal debate titled The African Debate, and where he received a standing ovation in addition to his team winning the debate. I want to welcome Chairman Omali Yeshitela to our program. Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Comrade President Yejide. I'd like to express my appreciation to you, to the leadership of the African National Women's Organization, and all of the incredible presenters who preceded me in this discussion. I just want to say that I'm to speak about the significance of the theory of African internationalism for the liberation of African women. And I look forward to doing that for a number of reasons. But one thing I want to say that this is an humbling experience to be here with you in this discussion. It is deep and profound, not only because of the fact that you're part of ANWO, but also because that you support ANWO, but because almost everything that you've talked about, that you've said, speaks to our understanding about the colonial condition of African people. And the African National Women's Organization is our response to African colonialism, to the fact that African people do not have control of our lives, of our resources. And ANWO is a testimony to the fact that African people are engaged in a process to take our freedom. That ANWO and the institutions connected to ANWO represent a part of the process of assuming the responsibility to govern, that African people have to be engaged in a process of self-government, and ANWO speaks to that. This is one of the things that takes it beyond some opportunistic struggle, notwithstanding the intent of people who may be involved in them simply to get a better deal for women under colonialism. No matter how radical that it is characterized, the fact is that there can be no freedom for African women as long as African people are colonized. So the objective has to be to overturn a social system, our relationship to it, that's responsible for virtually everything that's been talked about up to now by everybody here. The treatment of women, how pregnancy is regarded and understood. Virtually everything that that we experience culturally and socially has its basis in colonial domination. I just want to say some things about that really quickly. First of all, is that when we talk about colonialism, we're not just talking about something that's a bad idea and that some people did some bad things once upon a time. What we have come to understand as African internationalists is that colonialism, this thing of alien and foreign power taking control of the economic and political and social life of a people, this thing called colonialism is the same thing that Karl Marx referred to when he talked about how capitalism came into existence. And he characterized it as primitive accumulation, the startup for the entire thing. In fact, he made the statement that primitive accumulation, as he called it, was the same thing, had the same significance in political economy as original sin in theology. In other words, this is where it all began. And what was this primitive accumulation that he talked about? This primitive accumulation that he talked about, he said specifically it was turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. It was how Europe moved to England and fought a war against China, 1840s, to turn China into a nation of junkies. It was, and all these resources they were getting from opium that came from China. Vietnam, the same thing happened as a consequence of what the French were doing there. And then this entity that we refer to as America today that came as a consequence of stealing the land of the oppressed peoples here, committing near genocide against multitudes of human beings stretching across this area that we now refer to as the Americas. And of course, the forced labor of African people. This is the primitive accumulation that he's talking about. And primitive accumulation is what we recognize as colonialism. It was this colonialism that was the primitive accumulation. It was this colonialism was not simply an incident, but it was a mode of production that was a stepping stone from European feudalism to the new economy that we come to know as colonialism, capitalism. It was colonialism that dragged feudal Europe, Europe that had lived under feudalism for something like 1,000 years almost, sometimes in a state of naked poverty. It was this colonialism that dragged Europe out of that state and connected it to Africa through the colonial slave trade and to colonized peoples around the world. So you no longer had just a lot of economies and countries of people connected to each other in some kind of casual relationship. It was the birth of a whole new social system. There was no European history that was separate from the history of Africa, from the history of the people in the Americas, Asia, et cetera, et cetera. It's now one. And for the first time in history, there was the emergence of a world economy connected to each other. And sometimes we heard we hear of it in the United States as something like the triangle of trade or other terms like that. But you see the beginning of a world economy, single economy. And this economy, we call it colonial capitalism because it came into existence off of colonialism. It's important for us to understand that what we're talking about is a mode of production. Because a mode of production, again, is more than just a bad idea. It's more than just an incident that occurred. It's more than just some policy determination that was made by one government. A mode of production is something that sets the terms for the whole of our social life. And this capitalism that we refer to came into existence as a consequence of colonial aggression against Africa and the rest of the world, and it connected the world up into a single economy. So that the way the world now acquires sustenance, it acquires what it needs to survive, it happens within this process of colonial capitalism. And what we have come to understand is that connected to the economic base of a society, how people are connected, how people experience and get what we need in society, what we've come to understand is that there's the economic base, and then there's a superstructure that's associated with, born of, and influenced that economic base. And that superstructure constitute the ideas, the legal institutions, the philosophy, and even the religion that of the entire political economy that has come into existence that we refer to as colonial capitalism. So the ideas that we have about ourselves and the ideas that we have about the world are ideas that we have come to as a consequence of living in this new social system that has come into existence through colonial capitalism, the captivity of Africa, African people, and the peoples of the world. This is the leading economic and political force. This is the leading force in the world that shapes and defines what people are supposed to think and how people are supposed to think it. And it uses this not simply through some kind of abstract ideological struggle. It uses it through terror, through murder, through mayhem that's imposed on Africans and other peoples around the world, so that we get trained brutally to understand the world the way our oppressors, the way the colonizer wants us to understand it. And that relates to everything. And so now we don't have anything that's respected in terms of our own culture, our own aspirations as a people. Our culture and our aspirations of our people become auxiliary forces that facilitate the development, the security, the needs and requirements of the colonizer. That's what we're living with. And so when you're talking now with ANWO, the African National Women's Organization, which is an institution of the African People's Socialist Party, we are talking about our recognition that for African women to be free, African people have to be free. And that African women, as has been stated over and over again during the discussions here, are central to that oppression, are central to that exploitation of African people, and are central to the revolutionary liberation of Africa and African people. And this is part of what makes this so important, what African National Women's Organization is doing. And the theme, One Voice, Many Fists, is a theme that recognizes the significance, yes, of the unity of African women. Certainly it does that, but what more than that, what it does is it recognizes the absolute need for the unity of the African nation under the leadership of the African working class and its vanguard, its advanced detachment that's leading the struggle for our total liberation and for self-government, self-reliance, and the bringing into existence a new social system. So this is what makes me really happy to be here. And this is what makes the significance of theory so important. Because if we're not connected to and understand, if our practice is not tethered to what end, if we are not saying that part of what our objective has to be is to overturning this social system, then what happens is we're trying to find a way to accommodate ourselves within the social system. Call it feminism, if you will. Call it whatever the hell you want to call it. But the point is that that is called opportunism. What is opportunism? It is sacrificing the interests of the whole African nation, the whole African working class, for the interests of a petty bourgeois sector of the African nation. So you're not interested in overturning the oppression of all African people. You're not interested in overturning the exploitative relationship we have with the social system. You might not even be able to see that far. What you're interested in is what kind of privileges can you get within this social system? What can you get? What can people who are like you benefit? How can you benefit from it? That is opportunism. And opportunism is something that the revolutionary movement has to struggle against if we are ever going to win our freedom and our liberation. And ANWO is a part of the intent of the African People's Socialist Party to win this struggle for our liberation. I wanted to say, beyond that, sisters and brothers and comrades, and again, to salute all of you. I think about the economic work that's associated with every committee, with every project that we've talked about. Every constituent organization of the African People's Socialist Party is also connected to a general strategic thrust around economic question, because what we come to understand in the African People's Socialist Party is that politic itself is nothing but concentrated economics. And that means the politics of African women liberation, as well as anything, is concentrated economic. And the problem, of course, is that the African people, generally speaking, have not had any economics of our own. And so what we fight for politically is the economic interests of our oppressor, notwithstanding what our intentions are. Except with ANWO, except with the African People's Socialist Party, the politic that we express, the politic that we fight for is a politic of self-determination, of anti-colonialism. And so the politics of political independence or anti-colonialism, it expresses itself as a struggle to do what? To liberate the productive forces of the African nation. And the productive forces, that's the land, that's the tools necessary in order to produce, and the people who have the skills and what have you to do that. So our struggle is to liberate. That's what the anti-colonial struggle is, an economic struggle to liberate the productive forces of the African people. That's what the struggle against colonialism. That's how this economic interest of the African working class is expressed politically in the struggle against colonialism, expressed politically in the existence of the African National Women's Organization, expressed politically in all of the work that we do. So here's where we are. We have decolonize, we have Zenzele, we have Uzi, we have various other manifestations of economic activity. We're not just having economic activity. It's not just to raise resources alone. When we engage in economic activity through decolonize, through Zenzele, we're in the process of pulling together the incipient independent African economy that's for our liberation. So somebody raised the question, it was raised in passing, whether we take a grant or anything like that. Yeah, we'll take a grant because increasingly it's possible to take a grant. Why? Because the colonizer is on the back foot. Because in 3 months between May 5th, May 26th, 2020 and August, there was something like 10,000 rebellions, uprisings, protests inside the United States, and more than 60 protests in support of struggles of Black people in the United States. And so the corporation, so the ruling class, the bourgeoisie is in this situation, have to defend its legitimacy. And it will defend its legitimacy, of course, with shell games. It's not serious, but it puts up a front. And it needs to show how much it's supporting Black people this and Black people. And of course, they put forth millions of dollars they said they were going to give to African people. They haven't given a cent away, of course, and I don't expect that, but they have to pretend. They make certain pretensions. And the other thing is, the sharper the contradictions get in the world between Africa and colonialism, there are going to be sectors of the white population that's trying to find a way to pay its way out of this, to be different from the rest, or to pretend to be different. In the same way that during the 1960s, when rebellions were happening throughout the United States, white business owners who owned businesses in the African community would write Soul Brothers on the windows and put an African in there to pretend that they actually ran the business. Well, now we are seeing that even some people and some some institutions are willing to give away a grant, and they will give a grant on terms that is not as prohibitive and is not rigorous, as not as white nationalist centered as they used to require, because there's some leverage that has been acquired by the African Revolution through the struggles that we've been involved in over this period of time. But the objective has to be all of our economic activity, all of it has to be the negation of the economic authority, the economic influence of colonialism in our world, in our communities. That's why this concept of buy Black power that's being promoted within the Uhuru movement, that's being promoted by Zenzele, that's being promoted by Uzi, that's being promoted by decolonize. This buy Black power is about even organizing African people who are engaged in selling selling things. Entrepreneurs, as they are often referred to, can find a way to engage in economic activity in the community with the intent of taking back the community for independent African activity. They don't have to be communist, socialist, or anything to want that. They do want, as a part of the African nation, to control that African market, so that now that white guy who's there or anybody else who's moved into our community now run up against this wall of African people who are engaged in an anti-colonial struggle, which means a struggle for the control of the economy in our own community, are fighting like hell to secure that, and to secure that politically in terms of the relationship that we have with the people who we are now who are brothers and sisters, who are also our market, who are also our producers, who are also our workers, etc. This is part of the Buy Black Power mission. This is part of what it does. It changes the political and economic configuration of the African community in the best possible way. So we say that liberating African women with the theory of African internationalism, which is a theory, a scientific revolutionary theory that takes us beyond surface observations and solutions. It is a theory based on historical materialist investigation and analysis of society. It recognizes that there is such a thing as a science of society. It informs us that the social system within which we live and struggle is an international system that came into existence through the attack on Africa and the initiation of colonial slavery as a mode of production that dragged a feudal, starving, disease-ridden Europe into economic and political significance and locked Africa and the colonized people into a dialectic of permanent subjugation and subordination in a global social system of exploitation. That's what we're up against. That's what, when we fight for the interests of African women, it's extremely important to understand that this struggle is happening within the context of that kind of social system. And African internationalism informs us and helps to strengthen the will and the capacity and the ingenuity of African women as a part of this whole struggle to overturn the oppression of the African nation. And this is not some new discovery, this position that the African People's Socialist Party has around the oppression of women. And a lot of Johnny-come-lately forces have decided that women are really important because the bourgeoisie, the colonial capitalist bourgeoisie, has decided that women are important because of the economic impact that African women have on their economy, because of an absolute need to show that there is a genuinely equal kind of society. And that's the colonizer who needs to do that. That's the colonizer who needs to have same-sex marriages, the colonizer who needs to have women fighter planes killing people in Syria, being able to get into police departments and things like that, and even joining in other components of the whole social structure of colonialism. And they want to do this kind of thing because part of what the colonizer has to do is to minimize the contradictions that happen among the colonizers, among white people, so that you won't have as many instances of white people storming the Capitol like in January 6th, like white people who are engaged in this incredibly crisis-ridden kind of contradiction. The whole social construct of America is experiencing such a state of crisis that that this thing is happening between white people themselves. And so part of the liberal response to this is to minimize the struggle within the European nation by taking care of some of these contradictions, by bringing some of these forces in the white world, as many who've been pushed out in the past, bringing them into the embrace of the colonial system so they become defenders of colonialism. They become loyal defenders of colonialism. You don't have to worry about white women disrupting the social peace, disrupting the economic stability in solidarity because they're going to be able to unite with African workers, African women, or anybody else. Now this equalization of the participation of the white people in the colonial construct is something that creates a certain kind of loyalty that's needed during this period of crisis. But as in 1979, well, the African People's Socialist Party put forth a 14-point political platform that recognized a total relationship of African people to each other in the United States and around the world, and the absolute need to have to overturn the colonial domination. And point number 9 of that platform reads, we want an end to the political and social oppression and economic exploitation of African women. We believe in the absolute, unequivocal political, social, and economic equality of African women and men. We believe that a fundamental test of the progressive or revolutionary character of any organization, party, movement, or society is this commitment confirmed in practice to the destruction of the special oppression of women and the elevation of women to the rightful place as equal partners and leaders in the forward motion of the development of human society and as leaders, makers, and shapers of human society. And this was in September, on September 23, 1979, this part of the platform of the African People's Socialist Party was created. And then practically, what we've seen up to now is evidence of this is not just talk that we're having, but the theory has to be something that represents itself in practice. And you look at the Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, and when you include a representative from South Africa, there are 13 members of the Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. And of that 13 members of the African People's Socialist Party, more than half of them are women. And these are not just women in some artificial location. We have not addressed the issue of the oppression of women in a way that ghettoizes the struggle of African women, as the women are over here dealing with just questions around the women in some superficial way. We have dealt with the question of African women with annual being a special responsibility, dealing with the issues of African women, working hard to bring African women into political life, into political organization on the one hand, but African women work throughout the structures of the party, in charge of economic development, in charge of the mass work that we do in so many different ways, in charge of the information production and development of the African People's Socialist Party, in charge of different regions that we about. People spoke to the issue of markets. The markets of the African People's Socialist Party are markets controlled by African women, whether that is in Philadelphia, where we have a market with up to 100 vendors who feed their families in that fashion, with thousands of people who come out on a regular basis. That's led by Comrade Tiffany Murphy, who is the leader of the northern region of the African People's Socialist Party inside the United States. Or whether we are talking about the market that has emerged inside of St. Louis, that's driving the rulers and petty bourgeois neocolonials crazy. African women play extraordinarily important roles. And then, of course, all the economic work of the African People's Socialist Party, virtually more than 50 economic institutions are under the leadership of an African woman, Deputy Chair Onozene Ishitela. So theory is important. It's the thing that takes us beyond a superficial understanding of our contradiction. It takes us beyond this being able only to identify some man who is a problem. We don't have a biological analysis We have a historical materialist analysis that helps us to understand there is a social system at work. And that social system oppresses, kills, maligns, slanders, and it does everything necessary to crush African women as a part of the process of keeping African people living under colonial capitalist domination. So we say uhuru, and we say one voice, many fists. Many fists, obviously united African women, and one voice, many fists, and a united African nation to overturn the colonial domination of African people and the oppressed peoples of the world. Uhuru.
Thank you, Chairman, for such powerful synopsis, summary, and overview of African internationalism and how that liberates African women. The theory on that was magnificent. Thank you so much. As we move a little further, we are a little ahead of time, but as we move further, there's going to be a call to membership by our revolutionary comrade, the amazing Sayi Kamba. If you'll come now for our call for membership and donations.
Uhuru, uhuru. I just want to also encourage, I want to thank Robin for that introduction, and I want to really thank my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who always gives us insight and enlightenment around African internationalism. It has been life-changing for me, and I really appreciate being able to participate in this process. So now is the opportunity for everyone to be able to participate. And I'm going to ask Comrade Peaches to please come on screen with me. We're going to, this whole, as I stated early in the program, that this convention is to invite African women into the political process. That we have named and shown different ways that special oppression shows up in our life, but ANWO will help to unite you with other comrades who are like-minded, who understands the importance of African internationalism into this process. So, so another part of having this conference is a recruitment tool and a way to also to raise our fundraiser, which is $4,000. So if we can bring the PowerPoint on screen, we can go over ways that you will be able to participate. So the African women must lead to charge to fund and build our movement. We are totally capable. We have the skill set. We have the initiative and the drive and the reason to be able to do this. We can name many ways how the special oppression of affects us, but even better than that, how we can build our power and build our unity. Next slide, please. So our members are powerful, and we're on our way to being the most powerful African women's organization in the world. There's no other organization that is global like we are, that shares the theory of African internationalism. So our members are powerful. So we invite you to do that. If you want to join ANWO, please go to look at our chat. Moderators have posted in the room, anwouhuru.org/join. Next slide, please. There are two ways to support ANWO. One is by being a member. And I'll go into that further later on in the slide, but being a part of a member means that you are a part of a system and an organization that is promoting the power of the African woman, that our abilities, that there's no such thing as women in general, that we are human beings and that we have a right to be able to speak, to live, to reproduce. But the other way that you can support is also through donations. So if you're not an African woman and you still want to participate in this process, then we encourage you to donate. Next slide, please. Now, today and tomorrow, we have a goal of $4,000. So, and I believe that we can reach this goal. The revolution it takes money, it takes resources, and it takes people. So we're asking you to please go to anwouhuru.org/donate to begin to donate. And you can tell us or pledge your donation on Facebook, on the chat, on YouTube in the chat. And if you're on Zoom with us, please put your pledge into that. We do have a goal of $4,000, and I do believe that is an obtainable goal that we can get through these next couple of days. Next slide, please. So AMWO forged the revolution, and these three ways are ways we can, way that we can do this. The African National Women's Organization is a membership-based mass organization created by the African People's Socialist Party, and is part of the overall Uhuru movement, which was created to address the special oppression of African women. We exist to build the revolutionary capacity of African women with a focus on the poor working class. We do this with the understanding that African women and people, to be free, we need to have a worldwide revolution led by African poor working class, as the means of production is what we've been talking about during this program. We are led by the political theory of African internationalism, which explains the world and our future in it. It is so eye-opening. If you don't know about African internationalism, Google it, look onto the party's page and find out more about African internationalism. And third is as the only anti-imperialist, anti-colonial revolutionary African women's organization, AMWO is leading the charge on the everyday issues that impact the lives of African women. And I see donations coming in. I already see from President yesterday has donated $100. Please join her in donating to this important cause, Uhuru. Next slide, please. We have a global plan. We're not just in the United States. We're also in occupied Tanzania. We're in Africa, and we're in Europe. But we want to expand this movement all the way across the entire globe. We want to show up in ways that people have never seen before. If my eyes have been opened up, other people's eyes have been opened up. And I know if you're in this program, your eyes are opening up. And so we have viewers from all over the country and all over the world right now. And I encourage you to get a part of this plan. Not only is it about you, it's about your community. So if you know other African women who need to be a part of this process, please let them know to go to amwoahuru.org/join. Next slide, please. How are we funded? Now, we talked about the fundraiser, not the fundraiser, but the fundraiser treadmill. But there's three ways that we can that we do get funded. The African Women's Organization is completely self-funded organization, mostly ran by volunteer members, and we generate resources through our membership, through our economic development project, the Colonize, which our president yesterday has shown you in the commercials you have seen, that we are about this business. We're not about talk, but we're about a theory of practice. And we also are funded by sustaining donors. So as I said earlier, if you are not an African woman and you want to support this process and you believe in the mission and vision of AMWO, please become a donor, and not just a one-time donor, but a sustaining donor, which means that you'll contribute to this cause and to this process on a monthly, yearly basis. And this allows us to do the work that we need to do to forward the revolution as a part of the strategy of the African Socialist Party. The revolution is not free. So it takes all of us to contribute to this cause. Uhuru, next slide, please. We have three campaigns that we're actively working right now in AMWO. We have Face Off, which is fighting against colonialism and empowering our felons and family. We also have Arrest CPS, which really highlights and campaigns and advocates for women and families who have been victimized by CPS. In some places it's called CYS or other names, but this campaign is called Arrest CPS, which is a very important campaign, which you'll hear about more in our program. And last but not least is the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective, where we are taking control of our community. We're taking control of our child care. And this is kind of folded into Arrest CPS also, because as I've been saying over and over again, that we have to build dual and contending powers. We have to be able to be in place so that we can govern. We can't just get this liberation and say, okay, we're free. That's the mistake that this colonial government has said, that, that on Juneteenth, that we became free. And in fact, that we weren't, because we weren't able to govern. We weren't able to control our own lives. So AMWO has these campaigns so that we begin to build our power and so that we can move forward. Next slide. So in order to become a member, you will simply go to AMWO, Uhuru, that's UHURU.org/join. Again, it's Anwo Uhuru /join to become a member. Next slide. Each member has dues that we are paying to make sure that we can help sustain this process and this organization. And as dues-based group, we rely on building our broad base of members for funding. We are not constantly chasing donations and grants. This provides freedom. I'm gonna say it again. This provides freedom. So if we donate and we become sustaining donors, this provides our freedom, which an organization can't have if it becomes dependent on funding from just a few major sources. Annual membership dues are monies paid to support the everyday activities of the organization. This money is primarily used to support our annual meetings, such as this, to pay for promotion and propaganda material, and helping build ANWO by supporting active members who are engaged in building ANWO. As you see, decolonize, that's not just some duct tape on some bottles. That is an actual professional production with professional labels, with professionally made, professionally and carefully made product. And that takes money to do that. So by being a due-based group, we know that we rely on these resources in order to continue this work. Uhuru. Next slide. Our membership growth. We want to grow our membership base to mostly active, invested members so that we won't have to do extra fundraising to accomplish our goals. We have intense political education. We provide opportunities for members to engage and to lead and to be more visible. So by being a member, you're not just donating money, you're active in this process, that there's positions and roles, as we'll talk about later on in our program today and tomorrow, how you can participate. And if you're looking for leadership skills, or if you know that you have a passion and a skill set that will help in this process to bring African women to political life, you should become a member, because there is a place for you. We're building branches across the globe. And so we need you to make that process the work. And that way we can be on a trajectory, to being the most powerful African women's organization in the entire world. Next slide. We have membership levels. We have a place for everybody. We have the Josina Macau, which is only $25 a year, about $3 a month. You can be a part of the Mathuni Karuma, which is $5 a month or $60 a year. Also, we have $10 a month and $120 for the year. And also Ella Baker, which is $25 a month or $300 a year. And then our Fierce Harriet Tubman membership level is $50 a month or $600 a year. And lastly, but not least, is Desi Woods, who is a fierce freedom fighter. And if you want to come in on that membership level, it would be $84 a month or $1,000 for one time. And so far we have $200 towards our $4,000 goal. So please keep those pledges coming. They will be put to great use. We're not just sitting on the shelf and using them with a bucket with a hole in the bottom of it. It goes towards programming, it goes towards product, it goes towards the growth of our community. Next slide. Now I'm told that we have 300, somebody else has donated $100, which is great. So now, why would you want to become a member of ANWO? African women who join the ANWO are do so for the following reasons. We understand that the conditions of African women will not improve if we are in the struggle. I'm gonna say that again. If we are not in the struggle of helping to overturn these conditions, we lead on the question of freedom for African women and African people worldwide. It's not just siloed by these colonial borders, that we're looking at the entire united process of African people worldwide. We represent the local, the national, and the international concerns of African women. And thank you, Impediment, for making your donation. Also, we organize and empower and we advocate for African women. No one can speak for us but us, unless we teach you, unless we share this information with you, but we have to organize. We have to empower others and we have to advocate. I always say is that your experience is your expertise. So we have to do this, or because we can't wait for someone else to do it for us. We create this narrative for ourselves. We are part of a global transformation of African women. We build and share knowledge, skills, and our expertise. So if you don't have a certain level of education, you can learn. We have manuals. We have people who are willing to help you and support you and to sponsor you, to be peer guidance with you and to grow in this process. Because if everyone's not leading, then where are we at as a community? We also increase African women's ability to reach and to serve our community. Again, we increase women's ability to reach and to serve our community. If you're concerned about the conditions of your community, then you want to become a member of ANWO. And lastly, we collectivize our issues and remove feelings of isolation so that you feel like I'm not alone. If you're somebody who has been victimized by the state and their children has been taken away from them, if you know someone who's incarcerated or if you're incarcerated, we do this, we are here to do this for you. And we support you. And we do that by joining community and by building branches. And it starts first by becoming a member by going to anwoahuru.org/join. Next slide. How to join ANWO. Now we talked about why, now we're talking about how. Being an African woman, in order to join ANWO, you have to be an African woman anywhere in the world. You want to unite with all of our principles of unity, which are all African people, no matter where we're located, are one people. And at the end of the political and social oppression and to end the political and social oppression and economic exploitation of African women. We advocate to the absolute, unequivocal political, social, and economic equality of African women and men. All who participate in ANWO's work do so under ANWO's leadership body in order to meet its organizational goals and objectives. And also we complete, to do that, you would complete a membership application and submit your payment. And you do that, and again, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, and I'm gonna keep on sounding like a broken record until we reach our goal and beyond. So you wanna go to anwoahuru.org, join. And these links should be in the chat, the Zoom chat on YouTube, and also on the Facebook page. Next slide, please. This could be you. You can have a red beret, you can have a green beret. So this can be you showing power, showing the community and the public that we exist, that we're here, and that we're not going anywhere at all anytime soon. Next slide. And the call for donations. Now, if you want to donate, and if you have made a pledge already, please go to anwoahuru.org and /donate. And we want to call for donations to help build this power. As I said earlier, if you don't become a member, then you want to be a person who's a sustaining donor if you believe in what we're talking about today and also tomorrow. So I'm hoping you'll join us tomorrow also, because we have a wonderful program in store. Your donation is being put to great use. Next slide. Sustaining donors. If you're a sustaining donor, you provide an opportunity for anyone. We provide an opportunity for anyone to materially support these organizations, including African men, African women who are not members, white people, and other colonized persons. If you're not able to participate in this process as a member, this is how you can be a sustaining donor. Because if you believe in this mission, if you believe in the unity the unity of ANWO, then you wanted to do that in a financial way. Bring your resources here. You can donate $5 a month. You can donate $10 a month. Can you go to the next slide, please? So help us reach our goal today of $2,000. We're getting close to that. We have another $50 from the Sui Nayendo. And also we have links out here. We have a person, Muthani Kamama, wants to renew a $60 membership. It says that the site, okay. So we have to, please look at our site to make sure we have a link that is coming up so people can participate in that. So if you want to donate, again, it's anwoahuru.org /donate. Next slide. ANWO is a revolutionary voice that counters colonialism and the petty bourgeoisie feminist movement for true African women empowerment through African internationalism. African women must lead and be counterparts to African liberation. And donating resources to ANWO allows us to do this work that's necessary with our campaigns, which is the Colonize Hair and Body, the Uhuru Kijiji Collective, Arrest CPS. We have to be able to make flyers. We have to be able to have food for when we have meetings. We need to be able to continue the work of the Colonize, and we do that through our sustaining donors. So if you are a sustaining donor already, I want to thank you, and I also want to challenge you to increase your donation because inflation does exist. Uhuru. Next slide. To become a sustaining donor, you can do the Ya and Santiwa $5 a month. You can do $10 a month with the Asada Shakur as being a sustaining donor. For $25 a month, you can be an Ella Baker sustaining donor. And then Harriet Tubman at $50 a month. And then Nzinga and Bondi at $85 a month or $1,000 a year. This is obtainable. This is something that you can do. We can spend $5 at the drop of a hat by blinking. Why not invest at least $5 a month or $10 a month, $25 a month, $50 or $84 a month into the work to help Black women and African women across the globe to continue to live, to exist, and to advocate for ourselves. Next slide, please. And you can also encourage you to do a one-time donation, which we have coming in right now at $1,000, $500, $250, $1,000, or $50 or $25. Again, you want to go to anwoahuru.org/donate. Again, you want to go to anwoahuru.org/donate, and we have donations coming in as we speak. Uhuru. Next slide. And we have gifts for donations. Look at these wonderful products. We have a bag, which is let's start first with the bracelet. If you want to sport and increase your swag and let everybody know what's going on and what you're into, this, if for a $15 donation, you'll receive the convention's bracelet that has one voice, many fists on it, and you can let people look at your bracelet and say, what's that about? You have an opportunity to tell them a little bit about ANWO. Then we have the magnet. We all have magnets on our refrigerator, in our car, and different places at work, on our computers. For only $25, you can have a convention magnet and the bracelet. So you can do both by donating $25. You get this beautiful magnet and this bracelet. And then we got a boat bag. Now we all go shopping. We're trying to sustain the environment. So why not have a bag that is sporting and letting people know that you were a part of the Black Women's Convention? If you donate $50, then the ANWO boat bag will be yours, and it would be worth it because not only are you helping the organization, but you're also helping to advertise and to promote the organization as well. Now for $75, you'll get the magnet, the bracelet, and the boat bag. So for $75, you get all three of these wonderfully made products, and they'll be mailed out to you. And we appreciate you for these donations, and you'll be able to have that. So if you want this, it's a limited quantity. You want to definitely take advantage of this. And lastly, but not least, if you want to donate $100, then you would get the magnet, the bracelet, the boat bag, and an ANWO tee, which I'm wearing right now. And you'll be able to, again, increase your swag, and you knowing that you're helping to support the cause of ANWO, of the ANWO organization. Next slide, please. So everyone together, raise your fist. Today, we're going to donate today. We're going to support ANWO today. We're going to support African women today because it's important that this is not something that we do in vain. We do this because we want to grow and we want to be a force to reckon with so that we can be the most powerful African women's organization in the world. So again, become a member. Come join us in this theory of practice. And also donate today if you don't want to be a member. And please click the links below or visit anwoahuru.org/donate. Thank you again for this opportunity. And don't let your donations stop just because I've stopped this segment. Let your donations move forward. Let your donations continue to come in. And if you don't want to be a member, tell somebody about ANWO and say you need to be a part of this wonderful organization. Uhuru. Okay, so I believe that we have now. I wanted to see if there's any questions or Q&A for the chairman during this process. Robin.
Can I intervene just for a second?
Yes, please, please.
Before we go there, I really want to push for us to get this donations in and just give it a little bit of space, get a little bit of space before the chairman gets to answer the questions that people I know have for him. And I want to just pause because we got viewers on YouTube, we got viewers on Facebook, we got viewers in Zoom, and we are calling on you right now to say whether you are going to become a member because your membership contributes to our $4,000 goal. And we just gonna listen out for a little bit for that, and we're going to wait for our chat moderators to communicate your membership, your intent to become a member with us. And we're going to keep talking though, but we also want to see if anybody's out there who can donate a whole $1,000.
I don't have $1,000, but I'm going to donate. I don't have $1,000, but I'm going to donate $100 because this is important. This is important. So can anyone match me for $100? Can anyone do that match off of Facebook? There's a pledge, and you can do monthly. You don't have to do the whole 100 or the whole $1,000 just this one time, because we know the 1st and 15th ain't here yet. So you can definitely go in and do a donation, and we can match. Did we just get a comment saying we have a match?
Did we get? Hold on.
Right. Someone's just to clarify, for the both days is $4,000. That's $2,000 per day. Can someone give me a total that we have so far?
Uhuru, while we're getting that total, I definitely need to renew my membership dues, but I'm going to go ahead and match Comrade Saeed for that $100 as well. And I just want to encourage you guys to donate as well. We need those funds to continue to do the work. You've seen the presentation, you've seen our efforts and our struggles and our campaigns, Arrest CPS, the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective, smaller events, everyday operations. We do need your donations, and we are a membership dues and donations funded organization. We have economic efforts through Decolonize, so you can also purchase you some Decolonize right now, but come on in and do help us raise our $2,000 goal for today.
And it looks like we got another donation for $50 from Christian Forthun. So thank you, Christian, for your donation. We truly appreciate it. Right now we're at $610 in pledges and membership. So we have a little bit more to go, but I know we can do this. I know we can do this. And again, it's not just a one-time donation. It doesn't have to be today, but just pledge and commit to this process. So right now we're at $610. So thank you, Christian, for that. We also have Michelle, who donated $100. Thank you, Rochelle, for your donation. We totally appreciate it. Now we're at $685. We're at $685.
I'm sorry. So I didn't catch Rochelle. So we actually have with Rochelle, we have $760, and then with the $25 donation from Dr. X Williams, we have $785.
All right. Do you have Leah Feffield, who donated $100?
I do not have Leah.
Okay.
$100.
We have that donation had came in. I'm actually reading off our donations that are coming into our email. So we have her and also Christian Fulfill, which I mentioned. Also, Impedum has donated $100, which is wonderful. So thank you, Impedum, for your support. We appreciate you. We're going to also have your commercial tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that. Also, Paula Rubin has donated $20. So thank you, Paula, for that donation as well. And the next one that I see is $50 from Chairwoman Penny Hess. So thank you for participating in our program, but also thank you for your support. We need that support. So you see, everyone, that it's not just a faithful few, that we need a few more to bring on that donation. So that's going to bring our total up again.
Uhuru, I cannot calculate that fast, but we will get back with people before the end of our program with our total, but please continue to donate.
And we have Diane Tornley. Thank you for your $20 donation, payment towards this process as well.
I do want to say before we move forward that we have current sustaining donors that sustain us throughout the year. And I just want to just give a moment to appreciate every single sustaining donor who gives monthly to us. And we really, that does a lot in terms of our budget. Even if you just donate $10 a month, we can count on that $10 to do the work that we need to do, print copies, have events, things like that. And so it's really critically important, and we really appreciate all of our donators, whether they do it one time or whether they are sustaining over a few months.
Yes, and if you're enjoying this program, and I know you're going to enjoy tomorrow's program and even the campaigns that we have, please know that it's not free to do that. You know, it's free that you came on with the hopes also that you'll see the importance of this work and that you will begin to actually, you know, just to financially support this work, because again, this work is not free, but we do this through volunteers. No one's getting paid to make the product. No one's being paid to be a part of ANWO, but we pay into this because we believe in it. We're not just like there's other entities and organizations that will just take your money for name and you don't see anything moving around that. But we are here so we can be in the community. We're in this process so we can begin to govern ourselves. And we can only do that by building our power. And that takes financial resources in order to do that. You're on mute.
I have a donation that came in from Diop Olubalo for $50. I'm seeing that come through our email. And Chairman is saying that his payment is being rejected. Chairman, keep trying because it's working for other folks. So I'm just going to double check to see if there's any problems. And if we can't get that done through the process that we've asked, then we will get with you afterwards and figure out another way for you to make that donation.
So you did the Demetria Hester, you got that donation that just came through?
I do not.
Okay, so we got another $50 from the Demetria Hester. Thank you for your support, comrade. We truly appreciate that. So we see that people believe in this work. So you're not alone. This is real work that we're doing out here. This is, again, I love that it's a theory of practice because I've been a part of other entities, organizations that just about talk, but we ain't just about talk. We're about to walk, and we're walking into this process. And we do that with your, by your donations. Also, looks like we have $25 from X Williams, $25 from X Williams.
I had that one, Dr. X Williams, I had that. I'm also seeing $50 from Kitty Riley that came in about 21 minutes ago. So I'm backtracking a little bit.
Okay, great. And Comrade Diop,
Yes.
we got $50. So I just want to thank you for your donation. I'm just going through the people so I can like personally thank them for their contribution. And also we have Catherine Riley who donated, the Harriet Tubman $50. So we do appreciate it. It makes our soul, I'm so happy to see that, you know, people believe in this process. And so we are asking, and you can't be afraid to ask to build this power. So we are asking, and we're that you participate, and you'll see you'll also see your investment being put to work. These are beautiful African sisters who are on this panel, who's behind the scenes doing this work, and it takes resources to present in this manner. And also just think about this time next year. Hopefully we'll be in person for our convention. And so that's going to take resources to do that. And we're going to have another dynamic in-person convention. So just think about that also as we move forward, that this is being used for a wonderful cause. President yesterday.
Yeah, and we haven't mentioned it yet, but we are planning to struggle for our national headquarters. So the money that is being raised today, it will be contributing toward our pot to have our national headquarters open in 2022. And I'm just doing my calculations real quick. And we are at $1,125.
That is great. That's halfway to our goal. And I know we have some more to program.
Halfway to our today's goal because
today's goal, right? To go to $2,000. So we're almost there. I know we can do this. There's going to be more programming that you'll see that this is a worthy investment. So please continue that. Peaches, do you want anything to add?
Oh yeah, I just want to encourage you guys to donate. It does take resources to do the work. It does take resources to put on a convention. As she mentioned, when we have it again in person, it takes resources to put on events and just to be of service to the community. So we really just want to appreciate everyone for joining us on the convention. We also want to appreciate everyone that's donated thus far. If you haven't donated, don't worry. You got all day today, all day tomorrow, and then the rest of the year. So you can continue to donate, continue to support, and help us sustain and do the work in our communities as ANWO. If you want to donate, again, go to anwouhuru.org/donate to get your donation in for today. Please help us reach our goal of $2,000 for today. We're already over halfway there. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So please continue to donate. Please continue to become a member. If you're on Facebook, please share this convention. It's on Facebook. Someone needs to hear this message. Someone needs to be to know that they're not alone, that it's an organization that's there to support them. But I'm just curious to see, is there any Q&A for Chairman O'Malley while we have him?
Comrade Saeed. Yeah, so there's another donation that came in, but there's another comment about having trouble to go through. She had to use the phone. Comrade Atum donated $100, was having trouble getting it through.
Thank you. Please continue to try. It might be people doing it at the same time that may be doing that, but we are checking to see what's going on with our payment processing center. So thank you, Robin, for that.
Sorry, who was that tried to come through?
Matum.
Okay, I'll follow up.
Any other comments or any questions for Chairman O'Malley? I have a question. Is it okay to ask a question now, President yesterday?
Yep, we're in Q&A. So
we're in Q&A. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I have a question. I hear, that, and I've read.
Can we bring the chairman back up on the screen so we're done with the fundraising section? So we want to bring the chairman back up on screen.
Uhuru, Chairman, I just want to thank you for your leadership. Enjoy working with you and under your leadership. But just wanted to know your perspective on when we hear the term that there's no such meaning of women in general. Can you kind of expound on that and tell and share with us and me with that means also, and a deeper understanding of that, Uhuru?
Yeah, that's a concept that's used to obscure the colonial and class contradictions that exist in the world. And they would have African women assuming this thing about all sisterhood and what have you. And so that African women would supposed to see ourselves as the same as Martha Washington, who owned African women. This women in general is an attempt to obscure that there are class contradictions and there are colonial contradictions that exist in the world. So you have a system that claims that it's doing something for women, but it's a colonial system. For example, and it works against us all the time. It was something I wanted to comment on, is that the system decides that it's going to help African women by giving money that they call welfare. And the welfare, the help African women get comes as a consequence of African women and their children not being able to have a relationship with their man and with the child's father. And this is the help we get. And this is something that they're saying they're doing it for women, but it's not being done for women. There's no such thing as women in general. There are colonizers and there are colonized. And some of the colonizers are women. In fact, there's a book that came out recently, if I'm not mistaken, that talked about how white women owned so many African people. I mean, white women were major owners of Black people. So this notion of women in general is just fallacious. And then there is no such thing as women in general. Even if you look at the African women who we, live with and struggle with on a daily basis, and Oprah, there is no such thing as women in general. I mean, where you have some African women even who petty bourgeois and have a specific relationship with colonialism that requires the exploitation of African people in general. I said Oprah, you know, and there's some others who are obvious, like Michelle Obama, and there are others, you know, who we are familiar with all across the board. So there are people who will obscure, if they can, this class and national oppression, and class exploitation and national oppression by we're all on the same boat. We're all in the same boat. Well, we were all in the same boat when we came here, but some of us were down there in the slave quarters while others are up top, and that's something that they would obscure. So that's something that I think is, you know, like is really important. And I wanted to also comment on this thing about how the colonial capitalist system, it represents itself in ideas and structures, and it has the ability to reward and punish. It rewards activity that it wants you to do, and it punishes activity that it does not want us to participate in. And the state itself, the state is this organization of coercion, of oppression. It exists ever since there has been this contradiction between exploited and exploiters, between the people who don't have anything and people who have everything as a consequence of taking it from those who don't have. In order for that to work, then you have to have these instruments of oppression, exploitation. It's called a state. And it includes the army, the police departments, the court system, the thing that steals our children. All of that is a part of the whole state apparatus. And it's there for the purpose of facilitating this colonial oppression that we experience as a people. And it is related to, it's why the importance of the theory, because you have the emergence, you have African people living our lives. It's not like we didn't exist before white people. In fact, we existed a long time before white people literally crawled out of the desperate contradiction of European feudalism that they call the Dark Ages. Before that happened, Africans have had magnificent civilizations that people from other parts of the world would come to the tour just to experience what it is that we have created. We had our own economies. We're trapped in this notion of this is the only kind of economic life that's possible or meaningful. We had our own economies. And when we come up with this concept that Hillary Clinton played on so well about it takes a village to raise a family, this was an expression of a political economy, of equality, that people were united. It's part of the DNA of the African community, a certain kind of collectivism or social existence. It's part of the DNA. Stuff has happened to fracture that, et cetera, but it comes from a certain kind of economy. But when you have Europe creating this whole capitalist system through colonial domination and what have you, destroy that. And you create this self-serving, individualized kind of existence that challenges everything. When I grew up, I heard the sister, perhaps it was Sister Alexandria or someone else, another sister, I think, who talked about how she worked in Uganda. And she had certain experience about everybody would come when a child was born. But that happened when I was a child in Florida. You know, when a child was born, all the women in particular would come and preside over that process. And even as desperate as our circumstances were, it was understood that the woman was not supposed to leave the house for a month. That meant that other women were taking care of the house and taking care of the baby and all this kind of stuff. That was the reality, but that was a process that came from a different kind of political economy. The political economy that we experience now is a vicious kind of political economy that comes to pure, naked exploitation. It's not the kind of life that we want as a people. We reject that, and we were pushed into it. Forced into it. Africans wouldn't participate in this kind of economy. So what they did, in some instances, you had the colonizer come to Africa and then say, work for us. And the Africans say, why should I work for you? I don't have to work for you. I mean, and have my own ability to get a living. So you have to work for me because we're going to charge you taxes. And you can't pay the taxes unless you have money. And you can't have money unless you come to work for the colonizer. And this was the oppression, exploitation that they imposed on us. That exists all across the board today. And what we're hearing is, I just saw something in the paper a couple of days ago saying that majority of people in the United States, young people in particular, say they favor socialism, and 60% of the African population, according to their poll, favor socialism. And because socialism is natural to us, social existence, that's where we come from. That's how white power has generally criticized us. They say, because you always think of the group, and what you have to have is individualism. It's individualism, they say, that spurs this whole need to get ahead of everybody else, et cetera, that results in development. That's not our experience. That's a whole different kind of economic life that's been imposed on us. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much for answering that question. I really appreciate that. Right now we are at $1,490 for our donations. I want to thank MQ for $10 and Comrade Indigo for $35. So I appreciate that. Are there any other questions for the chairman while we have him? It's such a gift to have the chairman here and to be a part of this process and his leadership and and just wanting to have ANWO and knowing the purpose and that is necessary to have ANWO as a mass organization is important. So anyone who has a question, can you please let us know if you're to do that. Robert, do you see any more questions for the chairman before we move forward?
I do. Someone's, Comrade Ona Zena Yeshapela says, Chairman, in 1979, you wrote a paper called The New Period. Yes, it's very good. It's a time for party building, and you mentioned the developing African People's Women's Centers. Can you say how this relates today in building ANWO?
Well, the first thing I want to say is that I hope, if nothing else comes up from this discussion, it is understood that when we say that the African People's Socialist Party is a woman's liberation organization, that we didn't just come up and just discover the issue of women, and nor have we ever ghettoized that question. In fact, one of the contenders within the so-called African independence movement in this country used to refer to our organization, because of the predominance of women in the leadership of the organization. They would refer to it by the colonial name that I had, which was Joe Waller. They would refer to us as Joe Waller and the girls. This was a derisive kind of characterization, a put down that they would make on the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, because women have always been, played fundamental roles, and this has not been some kind of a thing, cosmetic that women, just their cosmetically. Women have been completely fundamental to the structure of the leadership of the party and have that kind of thing. When we talked in 1979 or earlier, we were talking about the developing African people's women's centers. It was to play more or less the same role that the African National Women's Organization is playing right now. And we were not able to do that in 1979 in the form of the women's centers. And I think that ANWO offers us a much more dynamic process, which can create women's centers and other things that it wants to do, like the Kijiji and child care collective and other kinds of things. But the objective, of course, again, was to make it possible for African women to enter into political life, be able to achieve your full stature in this struggle. And ANWO, as an aside, comment deputy chair, and related to that question, is that we saw the Women's Center just as we see ANWO, because we know that there are all kinds of things that happen socially in an oppressive, colonially dominated society such as what we live in, that makes massive ongoing assaults on the self-confidence of women, African women, just like it does in African people in general, but African women. And so what we talked about with the Women's Center, they were to help facilitate the ability of African women to re-achieve confidence in your ability and your responsibility to become leaders in this revolutionary project, and to take on this issue. Because what we find, as you know better than anybody else, Deputy Chair, is that women often, no matter how talented, no matter what kind of genius they bring to the process, are timid about speaking, didn't want to be the person, would rather be behind the scenes and doing this and that. And women have been treated as the ones who do the practical kind of work, but the thinking work in terms of development of theory and leading organization, that's something that has been problematic. And that the African People's Women's Center, like NWO, was a part of the antidote that we were providing for really promoting and enhancing the ability of African women to demonstrate, to practice leadership. Uhuru.
Thank you, Chairman, for that. Thank you for your donations and all that's been done up to this point. We are at 3:28. So we are about ready to introduce our next panel. And in this panel, and our panelists, this panel will be on, I'm sorry, before that, there is a video on CPS, Arrest CPS, one of our amazing campaigns. So at this time, we'll yield to that video.
I thought we had to be doing a live vending at this point to colonize.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. The decolonized vending, and that will be done live by President yesterday. I'm so sorry.
All those words on paper get muddled. So I have about 5 minutes to blast y'all with the colonies, and I'm about to do my best that I can do for you. So we've been talking about the colonies on the video. You saw us in the Buy Black Power segment, and I just want to show you some of the products that we have here and tell you how much they cost and how you can participate in purchasing and supporting the African National Women's Organization through the colonies. So our first product that I'm going to show you is our body butter. I only have one of them right here on camera. This is our Imperialism is Dying butter in the 6-ounce jar. And this is $12. And if you would like to purchase this in the 6-ounce jar, all you have to do is say sold one. And hopefully our chat moderators are putting in the links, but you can go directly to the page. But if not, if you're not going directly there, please let us know in chat your interest to buy this by saying sold one. Imperialism is Dying butter, Imperialism is Dying pudding. You can buy one of our other 3 butters as well by saying sold one. You can go to the website and do that. And just let us know which one you would like. Sold one with a 6-ounce body butter for $12 if you would like that. So our next item is our Liberation Hydrating Mist. And all of our products have revolutionary quotes on them. So it serves as political education, but it also has imagery on them as well. So this one is featuring Comrade Thomas Sankara and a quote by Thomas Sankara. And our Liberation Hydrating Mist can be used on our hair and our skin and any other thing. I use it after I wash my face. I use it to hydrate my hair. It's an all around great body spray. It's light. It's great for the summertime when you want to keep your pH balance in your face good and you're not getting super oily and you're not going to be super dry. This is the exact hydrating mist that you need in your life. Comment sold to the Liberation Hydrating Mist at $8 if you would like this product. Our next product is our Rebel Oil. This is one of our favorites. Rebel Oil, and this one features a quote by Amilcar Cabral, who was a revolutionary leader in Guinea-Bissau. And this is our favorite oil. We can use it in our skin and our hair and all over our body. Husband works in construction. He uses it for his elbows. That always hydrates him up. He also uses it for his beard. So brothers out there who think that these products, just because they're made by a women's organization, ain't cute. All of our products are unisex or trisex or whatever. It's for everybody. And anybody can purchase them from us, and they will be working for you just as they would any other person. So Rebel Oil is $15, and you can purchase that today by saying sold 3 or using one of the links that might be put in the chat right now for you to purchase your Rebel Oil. So Rebel Oil is $15, sold 3. Our next item is our Dilka Sudanese aromatic body or face body scrub. This is our packaging for it. And our Dilka scrub is something, it's our newest product, and we need a little bit of explanation. So that's why we got this little card here on how to use it and what's the history behind the Dilka scrub. This is $25. We have 3 rounds inside this bag. They come with highly sought after ingredients, and it takes a little bit to create. So that's why we have that $25 price point. And Dilka Sudanese body scrub is traditionally used by African women in Sudan who are preparing for marriage. But just like any of our other products, even if you're not preparing for marriage, you can go ahead and use this. It deposits a scent on your skin. It leaves your skin feeling bright and exfoliated. And it's just made by traditional ingredients. So we really try to highlight the indigenously rooted products and beauty practices that come from Africa and other colonized indigenous practices. So Dilka body scrub, if you would like this, say sold 4 in the chat, you can either go to the link that is being put there as well and just purchasing directly from our website. And it's $25 for the Dilka body scrub, and it comes with 3 rounds inside. You can break them all up and use it for your entire body for that one night out or that one experience, or you can use them individually and over time. So our next product is our Kupuasu and Nettle Itch Relief Salve. We call this Freedom, as well as the other name. And this highlights Mama Harriet Tubman, who is one of my personal heroes. And it includes her quote from her as well. That's why we've named it Freedom, because you will be free from itch and dryness. You can use this to minimize itching that may come as a result of psoriasis, of eczema, things like, or just rash. In the summertime, I get rashes because it's hot outside and I might be sweaty, so I might get some of those, particularly on my neck. So just rub this on my neck and it cools out instantly. So the nettle inside of the Kupuasu is a butter that comes from South America. And it's an anti-inflammatory, it's an antibacterial. So the butter itself can be used to soothe itch, but with that added hit of nettle right there, it's going to kill that itch out for you and allow you to stop scratching, and so that you can stop the inflammation. So get that Kupuasu butter and nettle anti-relief salve. It's a long name, so I got to always look at it. And this is $15, and you have to say sold 5 if you're interested in purchasing this from the colonnade, sold 5. And then we have our favorite. This is our hottest seller. It is, everybody knows about African Black soap, but somehow they come to our website and they buy it in bulk. And it may not be available somewhere locally. So we are killing it on African Black soap. And this is our African Black soap. This does not feature any quotes, but it is made from African women and men in Ghana who produced this, and is a gift for the entire world. So if you are interested in purchasing the African Black soap from us, it's say sold 6. It's $4. And yeah, African Black soap, that's all I can say about it. It's amazing for your skin, for your face, every part of your body. It's anti-inflammatory. It's an amazing soap for a beautiful, healthy skin. And then, I have a couple more things. Okay, so I have sold 7. Mention sold 7 if you're interested in the OG face and body scrub. We have a new packaging. It's not this way on the website. And so, I'm sorry, I hear some music coming from outside. Mention sold 7. And this is OG face and body scrub. It is made from anti-inflammatory activated black charcoal and sugar. And it is something that will help your skin. I be sleeping on my products sometimes. And then when I put this, when I find out, and I realize that I have the OG in the bathroom, I use it. And I be always like standing back like, girl, what are you sleeping on? So I recommend OG face and body scrub for you, and you should purchase it for $7. And it's by commenting sold 7 in the comment section and by commenting Soul 7 in the top spots in the comment section, or going directly to the link that may be also put there as well. And then finally, we have our African Black Castile body wash and shampoo. And just like the name says, it's good for your entire body and your hair. And this, my lovelies, is $10. And you can comment in the sold section by saying sold 8. I didn't have the link in the document, so I apologize that for our chat moderators, but it is our sold 8. And if you're interested in purchasing this from the Colonize, let us know that. When you're putting your sold information in the comments, we need to know if you have not gone directly to the link, we need to have your email addresses so that we can invoice you for the products that you are interested in purchasing from us today. So I should have said that at the top of this hour, but if you have indicated that you are going to buy something from us, please let us know with your email address so that we can follow up with you, or you can just use the links and go directly to the website and make your purchases. And we appreciate your support of the Colonize. Uru.
Thank you, President Yesterday. So glad that we didn't miss that. So thank you for the call back on that. And if you haven't already gone to decolonize.com to purchase your wonderfully handmade personal care products, now is your opportunity to purchase live. And so we really appreciate that. And so next is our panel, which comes from our Arrest CPS committee. And that's going to be represented by Michelle Dixon Trader, who is the new outreach coordinator for Arrest CPS committee and President Yesterday. They will be speaking about ANWO's work to combat the state-sanctioned kidnapping of African children. But first, watch this very important video.
GSS is genocide. Stop lying on Black mothers.
So, just let everybody know why you're here and what we're about to do.
We are here to fight for our daughter who was wrongfully taken from us, and we're here to pretty much expose the DCS and the wrongs that they are doing towards Black women and their families.
And Peter, you got anything you want to say?
I just want justice. I want my kid home.
So we're here for you, and we'll see you when you get out.
All right, thank you.
But here's the thing now, these are the orders that came down. I'm just following orders. Everybody has to leave.
Okay,
right now.
I'm asking, can I speak to a
No,
supervisor?
everybody has to leave right now.
She needs to make another appointment.
I know, but the orders are right now is for you to call back and make arrangements. Now you have a state officer asking you to leave the property.
That our meeting was going to be at 3 o'clock. We came at 3, and unfortunately they denied our meeting and said it was at 1 o'clock, which is completely false. We were treated, I felt, disrespectfully by the security guard, him being aggressive in his tone and his demeanor, wanting us to leave the property immediately for no reason at all. I wanted to speak to a supervisor to, reschedule this TDM, and that was denied. It was said that I need to call back and rearrange a meeting some other time. I feel like they are completely playing games, and they've seen a group of people here that was backing me up and supporting us, and they got intimidated, and they did not want that meeting to pursue. So I will be coming back, and I will be having this TDM meeting. I do have a lot to say, and I want my daughter back.
So yeah, hello everybody.
And one more thing, and as a caseworker who's working on my case, she did not have the capacity to come out and speak to me and acknowledge that I showed up and that that the meeting was either canceled or a miscommunication at the wrong time. This is what I'm dealing with this whole time for the last year and a half about my daughter, Patience McGee.
Uhuru, I want to welcome Michelle to come on with me as well as we give our presentation. And as we get started, I think it's really important for us to recognize, the significance of this presentation that we're about to get, because it's really a subject matter that impacts so many African people, not only in the US, but around the world. And I know that there's some people watching me right now like, yep, I already know about CPS. I already have my business with them. Nobody has anything positive to say about Child Protective Services, even though it's supposed to be this good, altruistic organization that's supposed to care for the children. Nobody has anything good to say about Child Protective Services, and it's always used as a threat, to African families in particular. So I just want to open it up and just welcome Comrade Michelle, who's very new to this process, and I kind of threw her up here with me, but she was eager and willing to do that. So Comrade Michelle, I just want to say a few words before we get started with the presentation.
Uhuru, everyone. I think that this is very important, and I'm just glad to be a part of this phenomenal organization. I know that the Arrest CPS is something that it could be supportive to our community, to our African women, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Thank you so much. Can you put up the presentation? Girl, so Arrest CPS, Stop Kidnapping Black Children. We can go to the next slide. As I introduced the committee, before I do that, I wanted to say that the Arrest CPS campaign was created in 2017 as a response to African women who came to our organization in need of assistance because they had been fighting for their children in the courts, and the courts were running them around, and they needed an organization that would help empower them, give them a voice, organize on their behalf, organize with them. And so Arrest CPS really was founded in a demand by the African working class woman who is being assaulted and attacked by the CPS system every single day. And it's something that tears at the very core of what we mean by the production and reproduction of life, because this is the production of life. And some of our children are murdered by the police and some of them are taken by the state. And we can't call this anything other than genocide. So our committee includes myself as a lead coordinator, and we have our co-coordinator, who is Maisha Bright, who's not able to be on today because her mechanics of her computer and phone were not working. And then we also have Michelle Dixon Trader, our outreach coordinator. Next slide. Again, the Arrest CPS is a campaign of the African National Women's Organization, and the goal of our work is to expose the parasitic nature of the foster care system and the devastating role it plays in the lives of Black families. We want to see children return to their homes and resources allocated by the colonial state to go directly to families, ensuring successful reunification. Anything less than that, we believe, is an act of genocide. Next slide. Our preconditions, we can click it again. Europe attacks Africa. Europe attacks Africa, as I said in my earlier report, that Europe attacks Africa and basically changes the course of African life. And when they attack Africa, they begin the process of stealing our resources and our land and our people. Next slide. Next click. So our labor now becomes the labor of white people. And this really infuriates me, because I know that you all have seen pictures like this where African people have been used as the work mules or just luxury mules of white people who come to our continent and use our labor for their benefit. But this is just a really literal example of that. But the theft of our resources and our labor is one of the critical pieces that we have to look at and tie into when we look at how CPS was developed under capitalist colonialism. Next click. And of course, the theft of our land, when you make a people homeless, and you make, even if they live on the continent of Africa, if you remove their rights to the land, upend and disorient the entire African nation. And so Europe has continued to decimate Africa and use the land, the resources, and the people as their own for their own benefit. And next click. And of course, this is a very literal translation to what we are experiencing today. The theft, the kidnapping of our children cannot be disassociated from the kidnapping of African children from African mothers during enslavement and colonial and the colonization that founded the capitalist colonial capitalism. And here we see a picture of a mom pleading to have her baby back, but the white slave master is like, no, this is our baby, this is our property. And that is a very same thing you will hear from the state. The state is the owner, is the one that has the possession of your child and even of you. If you look into it a little bit more, when we sign the birth certificate, we are signing over the rights to our children to the colonial state. And there have been indigenous groups in Canada and other places around the US who have been fighting that by avoiding just that very simple process of not signing their child up as to be a ward of the colonial state. So the kidnap of our people is tied in to this whole question of colonial capitalism and property and the commodification of African bodies. Next slide. So the kidnap of African people can be, as part of our historical framework of Europe and Africa and the Americas. And I've just put a couple of books here that you can read that reference, just the foundation of capitalism. You can click it again. And I think the most important works would be One Africa, One Nation. And I put the American Slave Coast here too, if you're a reader, because Chairman recommended that I read this book. And you really don't understand the financial attribution to human bodies until I did not, until I read this book, and how African people were the bread, the butter, the sauce, the dough, the flour, and everything to the American pie. And the sale and kidnap of African people, even when they so-called outlawed the importation of Africans from Africa, they created a trade inside, an African trade inside the US that was centered right here where I live in the US, in Maryland, where this became the slave-making capital of the whole of the United States. This is where they, for lack of a better word, bred human beings for the sale and distribution throughout the entire United States. And so this question of commodifying, selling, taking of African human beings is a part of, is American as what they call American as apple pie. It is the crux, the central point. And I don't want to make this just an American issue, because if we look at, you know, foster care, adoptions, foreign adoptions, and we even had cases in Europe where the CPS system is very similar, is actually cut from this. They learned from the United States. It's amazing how the similarities run through, particularly when we're living in imperialist centers, how Child Protective Services really is a destruction of African families and a continuation of genocide. Next slide. Next slide. So it's a colonized experience, right? Like, this is kidnapping of African human beings is experience felt mostly by the oppressed. This is a part of the handbook of colonialists. This is what they do. We will always see a story, whether it be in the Philippines, in Vietnam, in the what this landmass is called the United States, and other places in the Americas, Canada. We will see that the cornerstone of destabilizing people that they've colonized is the kidnap of our children. And this is a violence that may not result in bloodshed, but it's a violence that really upends and takes away the critical question. Like, African people can't really focus primarily on getting free if the thing that they need, the most immediate thing they want to solve is, how do I get my child back? And so that's what we see a lot of when we work in this area, as African parents who are overwhelmed and can use can use this as a position to organize around the ending of colonialism, but we have to bring it to them as an organization, and that we do. Otherwise, they can stay in this bubble of isolation, which will make it seem like this is something that's happening only to them, as opposed to a whole colonial contradiction that has to be overturned. Next slide. So this is just a picture of Comrade Maisha, who is a mother who we worked with back in 2017 and ongoing since then, who at the time was someone who had her child taken by the state and had been fighting and was fired up. And so she, I'm happy to report, as you saw in the committee report, that she became a member of our committee. But our next slide is yes, we have another video of her from 2017. So next slide. So Michelle, I think you're up here.
Okay, Child Protective Services. All right. Child Protective Services is the name of a government agency in many states of the United States responsible for providing child protection, which includes responding to reports of child abuse or neglect. Next slide.
Before we go into the Maisha video, that definition is a definition that came from, their definition of themselves. And of course, we don't believe that they are here to protect African children, or any child for that matter, from abuse or neglect. And that the more that you look at CPS as an organization, which is different in every single state that you go to, we begin to see the business of kidnapping of children, but particularly African children. So we can go into this video.
As you can see right here, the date is on 5/15/17. I was ordered to be in court today on the 13th of June, and I'm here. Today's the 13th. My attorney just came to me and told me that my court date was changed. I didn't get anything in the mail, no notification until June the 29th. And the only way we found out is that she told us. There's no notification. So this is the type of games that they play. Because I was here on the day that I was supposed to be here. They didn't say anything about a court date change. Nobody contacted me at all. So I just want y'all to see that.
How's that make you feel?
I'm furious because I mean I'm really tired of these games. How was I supposed to know to be here on the 29th if I didn't get this paper. Since it's been a
Which you
month.
just got.
Since it's been a month. It's been a whole month since we was in court last. So I could have been got a paper. It's been 30 days.
Who's responsible?
Mail takes 2 weeks.
Who's responsible for sending the paper?
The clerks are responsible.
Yeah.
So the clerks never sent the information.
Mm-hmm.
So if I didn't know about this, I would have been a no-show on the 29th.
Yep.
I would have been a no-show, which would have not given me an opportunity to even be there to present myself to the judge.
And your lawyer, she wasn't there for you today. You just happened to see her.
My lawyer wasn't expecting it. My lawyer already knew because they contacted counsel. They didn't contact my counsel. They contacted my counsel when my counsel thought that they was gonna send me documentation. So today she's like, yeah, you're supposed to be in court today. Mm-hmm. She said, but they changed the date. So if I gotta change a date and it's the 29th of this month, how would I wouldn't know that. Right. So those are the types of games that you have to be watching. You know, you have the even though you might show up, if you don't see your name on the docket, you have to immediately go and check and find out what's going on.
When did she know? Did we know when she knew the date?
She knew the next day on the 7th. She knew on the 17th.
And she never told you either. She thought the clerk was going to give you.
Yeah. She thought the clerks was going to do their job, and apparently they didn't. So we came all the way down here. You know, I got Yejide coming all the way, traveling far, you know, to support me. And there's no court to that.
Yeah.
As you can see.
Before we go into the resolution that Michelle would stick on, I just wanted to say that, you know, we see between this video and the one that played before the Arrest CPS presentation that there is always this you know, manipulation of dates and times that impact a mother, particularly if she's fighting for her children, her ability to defend herself in these colonial courts. And that's just one element of it that we're seeing in terms of a theme that we can look at, you know, from the colonial courts. So it's really important to be on top of that if you're somebody who is going through it. And we've met mothers over the years who've had books and books of papers. They track their own stuff. They are on top of it. And I just think that if one thing that we can communicate during this process is to always be on top of your lawyer, always be on top of your paperwork. And in some cases it's overwhelming. And we know that it's not very easy to do that. But, you know, as a part of our work, we have created resolutions around this, and we keep making the resolution around this until we can get a competent response from our own organization and the community abroad around us as well. So Comrade Michelle is going to read the resolution on this.
Our resolution. AMWO has 7 resolutions that guide our work. At our 2015 and 2020 conventions, our members voted on specific issue areas that AMWO should focus on. Our resolutions define the problems and provide steps we can take to offset the impact of capitalist colonialism in our lives as a part of the revolutionary strategy to empower African women. This is how we define the state-sanctioned kidnapping of our children.
Next slide.
Next slide. Resolution on state-sponsored kidnapping. First point, the U.S. foster care system was created with a capitalist colonialist state founded on the kidnapping and sale of African children from African mothers. African people have no expectations that the foster care system is an agency meant to help resolve contradictions among and within African families. African children represent only 13% of the U.S. children population, but 23% of all children in the foster care system. This number represents a disproportionality of 55%, meaning that African children are being taken at rates nearly twice their population size. African children are removed from their homes for reasons not associated with violence also. Next slide. Now this is showing a graph of the disproportionality of children that are being taken out of African homes compared to other nationalities. We have Hispanic and Latino at 21%, non-Hispanic or American Indian at 2%, non-Hispanic Asian at 1%. We have non-Hispanic Black at 23%, a non-Hispanic multiple race at 8%, non-Hispanic white at 44%, and races unknown 1%.
I want to say before we move that the rate of the number of Hispanic, so-called Hispanic Latino children in the United States, their population size is 25%. So they're greater than African children. And yet their numbers, and this is not to say that they should be kidnapped more than us, but if we're talking about proportionality, and if this was something that that was equivalent to the race, the population size, and it should show the equivalence of that. And even in that big brown box, there's a white children who represent nearly all of the children, mostly all of the children in the United States, and their numbers are very proportional to their population size. So we can see that although African children there, again, are 13% of the population, we're getting kidnapped, our children are getting kidnapped at rates half of a population size that's triple their population size, if that makes sense. I hope I didn't confuse the issue, but I hope this graph presents clarity for Uhuru. Next slide.
Resolution on state-sponsored kidnapping. So some of the resolutions that Anne will have come up with, poor and working class African mothers often do not have the resources to contend with the courts and therefore are held hostage by the state for years with her children used as ransom. African mothers are often criminalized by the colonial state and stigmatized within their own communities. All aspects of the African family structure are shattered by this policy of state-sponsored kidnapping. The states receive federal funding for the number of children that they have in their custody, utilizing African children as common commodities. There is no indication that the federal money contributes to the reunification of mothers and children or the overall reparation of the family unit that goes far beyond mother and child alone, but impacts the entire family. Next slide, please. Cases. So these are some of the cases that CPS may use to do what they do. Landlord shuts off water and calls CPS so that they can evict the mother. Child has individualized education or an IEP, special needs. Retaliation, removing a child from school, maybe for homeschooling or something like that. Mother experienced a personal crisis. Next slide, please.
Can we go back one slide? I'm sorry, Comrade Michelle.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
These are some of the things that we've been told or has been the basis for why CPS has intervened in the lives of African mothers. And we just want to say that that all of it is nonviolent. All the ones that we've been in, except for maybe one, was a nonviolent case. And in all of these cases, though, we had to be confronted by a whole entire system. So it's not just that CPS decided that this child needed to be removed, but that there are mandated reporters in the school and hospitals and things like that, that if a mother might be high strung, or if she's a very intent mother, or making sure that her child is getting the best care possible in school or something like that, then, you know, somebody in the school might be like, let me go ahead and call these people because I'm concerned that this mother, they're concerned that this mother may be overprotected for a reason or whatever. But in any case, as soon as CPS gets on the case, like, this is something that really ties African women. And I think Michelle and I were talking about, even if you are, for some reason, have a connection or you are incarcerated by the state for you go to jail or whatever, CPS is automatically called on you if you're a mom, particularly if you have children. And maybe Comrade Michelle can share something that she heard there, but I just thought that these cases were really, really important for us to highlight in terms of the things that we have been helping African women resolve over the last 3 years. And I don't know if Michelle wants to say anything before we go to our approach and what we have done.
President Yejide, just FYI, we are at 4:08.
Okay, what does that mean? We have no time left?
We're a little over, but 4:10, yeah, just a little over.
Okay.
However you want to proceed.
Okay, you can proceed then.
Okay.
Next slide. Next slide.
Our approach. We do not have any confidence that the colonial state is best qualified to assess the safety and well-being of people they continue to oppress. Therefore, we take the side of the parents and children. Whatever contradictions exist, we will work with them. Next slide, please. Our approach. That we formed a subcommittee under the African National Women's Organization that is responsible for educating our community by conducting town halls, speak outs, protests, etc., which expose the nature of child welfare, foster care agencies, and its impact on African women and families. This subcommittee organizes Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective as our own response to child welfare, by building it as a dual and contending institution that will help African women and families. The Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective will allow the community the ability to resume the responsibility for all of its children and provide much needed collective whereby all mothers and community members will come together to provide collective child care, freeing up African women and allowing her to seek education or participate in the liberation struggle to transform her life and the lives of our community. So this is AMWO's approach personally. We listen to,
next slide.
Next slide, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. AMWO's personal approach to the families. We listen to and record the parent's story. We create a strategy to advocate, agitate, and defend, and then activate. Step 2 is to activate. We create a narrative around mother in case, book media, radio, newspaper, and other types. Protest, defend, and support during visits and meetings. And step 3 is organize. We build a network. We build power within our community, create local arrest CPS response, organize an AMWO branch. And step 4 is to build dual and contending power. Under AMWO, we have Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collectives, we have arrest CPS response local committees, and also working on establishing a Black Star Alert.
And the Black Star Alert would be similar to the Amber Alert, but we'll be using it for this particular issue. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
So what's next for us? Well, we want to give this the attention that it needs. So we have over the years been in contact with a lot of people who work in this area who are just as upset about this as possible. And there's just no formal organizing around it collectively. So on October 24th, we are organizing an Arrest CPS conference that will be held online. And we online just because we want to be able to get everybody in the room. And then we are going to have that announcement very soon and have everyone have an opportunity to register for that and participate in that as a viewer, but also if you have anything to contribute to the program, we'll be open to hearing what that would be. We're also working on something called a parent protection law that Comrade Maisha is drafting. And this is centering the state and how the colonial state has to provide reparations to African families and gives a step-by-step process for how to do that. So we're not complete with that yet, but that's something that we'll be using on ballot initiatives in local communities when we go out and do our protests, and also when we're speaking to city councils and other areas and bodies that are responsible for the maintenance of these parasitic, horrible institutions, that we ourselves have the opportunity to put it on a ballot for voting, but also to raise the policy itself in these spaces. And we're going to continue to advocate and expose the nature of the parasitic system and work with families who we can work with. And then we're going to continue to network build. We're going to gather all of our resources and allies around this issue, because eventually we're building up to have an annual or a national march around this issue for African people in particular, but any colonized person can participate in this as well. Next slide. So we would like, we would like to invite you to join the Arrest CPS at www.anwaohuru.org/join. And by becoming a member of the organization, because we need members to lead this effort inside the organization. But if you are not an African woman and you still want to participate in our efforts to build out the Arrest CPS committee, because we need more folks on our committee, then you should email us at arrestcps@anwaohuru.org. Uhuru, thank you. Chairman raised a possible contradiction, Chairman, based on the calendars that we set up, I didn't think that I didn't see a conflict with impediment at all. So I'll double check that though. Thank you. Uhuru.
So at this time, if there's any questions or comments, I don't see any as of yet.
I hope we did an amazing job really representing this issue because, it's time to organize around it. You know what I mean? And then we can say all the stats that we want to. We can say, oh, how horrible it is. And we know people who have experienced this, but like, at what point do we say, F it, let's just do the work that we got to do to make the colonial state irrelevant in our lives? So I hope we did an amazing job in representing the issue. And now all people got to do is just contact us because they want to join the committee.
Well, I guess that verifies that you did an amazing job. I still don't see any questions or comments at this point. I'm gonna check one more place. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
So I will yield to, I believe, Peaches at this time for our announcements.
Thank you, Vishal. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everyone. Before we officially close out day one of the Black Women's Convention today, I have a few important announcements that you'll want to stick around for. So number one, day two of the convention starts tomorrow, Sunday, June 11th at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Day two of the convention starts tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can use the same Zoom link to access the convention, or you can also view from our Facebook and YouTube live stream. Next up, if you are interested in becoming a member of ANWO, visit anwaohuru.org/join. That's ANWOUHURU.org/join. Please become a member and join the work with us. Lastly, we are continuing to collect donations towards our $2,000 fundraising goal, even after we go offline for today. So please continue to donate and help us reach our goal by donating at anwaohuru.org/donate. Earlier, when we were doing our call for donations, we were almost, we were actually halfway to our goal of 2,000. So please continue to help us reach our goal of $2,000 for donations today. And Uhuru, everybody, thanks for joining.
Well, here I am again. So I am doing the closeout for today. I just want to thank everybody who tuned in for today's program. I want to thank everyone who participated as panelists and as speakers for these very important topics. And I particularly just want to really thank so much Saeed Kamba, who organized people, dates, times around this program, and for making it seem as seamless as it did for today. And you know, the work that the African National Women's Organization is doing is building. It's just like the chairman has said, we are here preparing to govern, and that, you know, once we destroy colonial capitalism, we'll be able to have a department of the African worker state that focuses in on African women and destroying all of those things that exist within capitalism as we make and create a new world. And this is the place that we get to practice in doing that underneath colonialism. So we get our badges in this process. And so that it'll make it easier for us once we destroy capitalism. And so you have to be involved though in this process, because colonial capitalism is not going to be destroyed on its own. It's not going to be destroyed by voting. It's going to be destroyed by African people joining up together across every single border in the world to organize our efforts to grow our strength, empower our people, and build. So I just think that, you know, all the things that we have shared here as anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, African working class women who are about this revolution is something that you can really unite, you should be able to unite with, that you should be able to support. And it's more than just talk, it's action. And we don't, you know, just outside of this convention, we work every day. We have meetings every day. And this is a part of our life about building the capacity of African women to take this on and destroy it and become leaders, theoreticians, thinkers, fighters, organizers around this issue as African internationalists, because we cannot look at this from any other lens except for the one that leads us to our actual complete total liberation and freedom from the capitalist colonial system. So with that, I want to just thank everybody for participating in day one and appreciate, you know, everyone's contribution. And I look forward to day two, where we have much more to give to you. And we look forward to your participation, and continue to donate at anwouhuru.org/donate, and to join if you want to be a member of our organization at anwouhuru.org/join. Looking forward to meeting our new members and for thanking our new donors. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful